يا إله الكون قد أسلمت لك.
Purpose Media Group presents Purpose TV. At last, a new television experience illuminating the earth. Thanks to cutting-edge, web-based technology, Purpose TV is able to reach all viewers, anywhere and everywhere. Purpose TV is dedicated to providing unique insight into the issues that shape our lives, our societies, and the planet we all share. The content provided by Purpose TV addresses the many challenges facing humanity today and removes misconceptions and distortions concerning Muslims and Islam. It is moral-minded media for the modern world. Purpose TV delivers a wide variety of programming, including Why Man Should Believe in God, Islam, America, and the World, What is Our Purpose in Life, The Erosion of the Family, Too Hot to Handle, Youth Issues, The Needy and the Greedy. What do you really know about Islam? The creation of money. In their own words, the story of Muslim women. And the new Muslim world. Purpose TV is the answer to what has been missing in mainstream media. It is a unique concept, providing needed programming and investing towards the future of Islam. For our dedicated supporters all over the world, we thank you for making a generous contribution to help sustain our work. For program sponsors, this is your chance for global viewer exposure and the opportunity to earn the rewards of promoting the Islamic message. For investors, an amazing opportunity is in front of you. The time is now. And for our worldwide viewers, you can register now and watch Purpose TV at purposetv.com and on your Roku streaming player, as well as on your smartphone or tablet. Purpose TV, anywhere and everywhere. Start illuminating the earth with Purpose TV.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. This is Munira.
Sister Munira.
I started organizing your manuscript, and the more I look at this, the more I think it would be a great movie.
A movie?
Let's see what we can do to make that happen.
What movie?
On June the 26th, I'll be 67 years old. No one can tell this story the way that I have seen it. But what would I call this story? It's about the last 47 years after Malcolm. But who should I call myself? I mean, I know my name. But who am I speaking for? I'm speaking for all the sons and daughters, the spiritual sons and daughters of Malcolm X. I am a son of a prince. That's who I am. I'm the son of a prince. After X. And in every generation, a prince was born, a visionary who would inspire the masses. And in the turbulent 60s, 5 key voices were silenced.
One of these voices belonged to the man, Malcolm X, characterized in his eulogy as the Prince. That prince had 6 biological daughters, and my story will be told as one of his spiritual sons. Now, if the prince were here, this is how he would see the world. Its cultures, religions, societies, and the critical issues facing humanity. Nearly 50 years after Malcolm X.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
After X must examine the critical issues, comment upon some of the tremendous social implications, and offer moral propositions. After X will be the voice, the ears, the touch, the eyes, and the taste of every spiritual son and daughter of the Prince. So walk with me and share the experience of 2 generations after X. During this dynamic period, 32 countries gained independence. There have been countercultures and social revolutions worldwide. And man has landed on the moon. This film is a real story, especially for the world who have seen the movie Malcolm X. After X will be riveting, intergenerational, emotional, and filled with powerful and graphic social insights. After X will answer all of those sensitive, distorted, and misunderstood questions about Islam and Muslims. After X covers 47 years, 73 countries, my life, and offers a compelling proposition of Islam, America, and the world. After X is about America and the present world that we live in. After X speaks to the individual, to the heart, and to the very soul. After X is the message coming out of Harlem, out of Brooklyn, out of urban America and the global village, which is our present world. From New York to Mecca, from Lagos to London, from Amsterdam to Sydney, from Beijing to Trinidad, and from Cairo to Moscow, After X is there. No one, absolutely no one, can afford to miss After X, because it is one of the most important films of the 21st century.
إله الكون قد أسلمت لك.
Purpose Media Group presents Purpose TV. At last, a new television experience illuminating the earth. Thanks to cutting-edge, web-based technology, Purpose TV is able to reach all viewers, anywhere and everywhere. Purpose TV is dedicated to providing unique insight into the issues that shape our lives, our societies, and the planet we all share. The content provided by Purpose TV addresses the many challenges facing humanity today and removes misconceptions and distortions concerning Muslims and Islam. It is moral-minded media for the modern world. Purpose TV delivers a wide variety of programming, including Why Man Should Believe in God, Islam, America, and the World, What is Our Purpose in Life, The Erosion of the Family, Too Hot to Handle, Youth Issues, The Needy and the Greedy. What do you really know about Islam? The creation of money. In their own words, the story of Muslim women. And the new Muslim world. Purpose TV is the answer to what has been missing in mainstream media. It is a unique concept, providing needed programming and investing towards the future of Islam. For our dedicated supporters all over the world, we thank you for making a generous contribution to help sustain our work. For program sponsors, this is your chance for global viewer exposure and the opportunity to earn the rewards of promoting the Islamic message. For investors, an amazing opportunity is in front of you. The time is now. And for our worldwide viewers, you can register now and watch Purpose TV at purposetv.com and on your Roku streaming player, as well as on your smartphone or tablet. Purpose TV, anywhere and everywhere. Start illuminating the earth with Purpose TV.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. This is Munira.
Sister Munira,
I started organizing your manuscript, and the more I look at this, the more I think it will be a great movie.
a movie?
Let's see what we can do to make that happen.
What movie?
On June the 26th, I'll be 67 years old. No one can tell this story the way that I have seen it. But what would I call this story? It's about the last 47 years after Malcolm. But who should I call myself? I mean, I know my name. But who am I speaking for? I'm speaking for all the sons and daughters, the spiritual sons and daughters of Malcolm X. I am a son of a prince. That's who I am. I'm the son of a prince. After
X.
And in every generation, a prince was born, a visionary who would inspire the masses. And in the turbulent 60s, 5 key voices were silenced.
One of these voices belonged to the man, Malcolm X, characterized in his eulogy as the Prince. That Prince had 6 biological daughters, and my story will be told as one of his spiritual sons. Now, if the Prince were here, this is how he would see the world. Its cultures, religions, societies, and the critical issues facing humanity. Nearly 50 years after Malcolm X.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
After X must examine the critical issues, comment upon some of the tremendous social implications, and offer moral propositions. After X will be the voice, the ears, the touch, the eyes, and the taste of every spiritual son and daughter of the Prince. So walk with me and share the experience of 2 generations after X. During this dynamic period, 32 countries gained independence. There have been countercultures and social revolutions worldwide. And man has landed on the moon. This film is a real story, especially for the world who have seen the movie Malcolm X. After X will be riveting, intergenerational, emotional, and filled with powerful and graphic social insights. After X will answer all of those sensitive, distorted, and misunderstood questions about Islam and Muslims. After X covers 47 years, 73 countries, my life, and offers a compelling proposition of Islam,
بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يسألونك عن الأنفال قل الأنفال لله والرسول فاتقوا الله وأصلحوا ذات بينكم وأطيعوا الله ورسوله إن كنتم مؤمنين إنما المؤمنون الذين إذا ذكر الله وجلت قلوبهم وإذا تليت عليهم آياته زادتهم إيمانا وإذا تليت عليهم آياته زادتهم إيمانا وعلى ربهم يتوكلون الذين يقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون أولئك هم المؤمنون حقا لهم درجات عند ربهم ومغفرة ورزق كريم كما أخرجك ربك من بيتك بالحق وإن فريقا من المؤمنين لكارهون صدق الله العظيم.
يا إله الكون قد أسلمت لك.
Purpose Media Group presents Purpose TV. At last, a new television experience illuminating the earth. Thanks to cutting-edge, web-based technology, Purpose TV is able to reach all viewers, anywhere and everywhere. Purpose TV is dedicated to providing unique insight into the issues that shape our lives, our societies, and the planet we all share. The content provided by Purpose TV addresses the many challenges facing humanity today and removes misconceptions and distortions concerning Muslims and Islam. It is moral-minded media for the modern world. Purpose TV delivers a wide variety of programming, including Why Man Should Believe in God, Islam, America, and the World. What is our purpose in life? The erosion of the family. Too hot to handle. Youth issues. The needy and the greedy. What do you really know about Islam? The creation of money. In their own words, the story of Muslim women. And the new Muslim world. Purpose TV is the answer to what has been missing in mainstream media. It is a unique concept, providing needed programming and investing towards the future of Islam. For our dedicated supporters all over the world, we thank you for making a generous contribution to help sustain our work. For program sponsors, this is your chance for global viewer exposure and the opportunity to earn the rewards of promoting the Islamic message. For investors, an amazing opportunity is in front of you. The time is now. And for our worldwide viewers, you can register now and watch Purpose TV at purposetv.com and on your Roku streaming player, as well as on your smartphone or tablet. Purpose TV, anywhere and everywhere. Start illuminating the earth with Purpose TV.
Please give a warm welcome to Sheikh Ayub Harun.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. الحمد لله على حلمه بعد علمه وعلى عفوه بعد
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Assalamu alaikum.
على منه وكرمه.
Sister Munira.
I started organizing your manuscript, and the more I look at this, the more I think it will be
أحمده
a great
سبحانه وتعالى.
A movie?
Let's see
حمد
what
الشاكرين.
that happen.
What movie?
وأشكره شكر الحامدين. صلي وسلم على سيد الأولين والآخرين.
On June the 26th,
صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه.
I'll be 67 years old. No one can tell this story the way that I have seen it.
سبحانه وتعالى.
But what I call this story, it's about
And the cherisher.
the last 47 years after Malcolm. But who should I call myself? I mean, I know my name, but who am I speaking for? I'm speaking for all the sons and daughters, the spiritual sons and daughters of Malcolm X. I am a son of a prince. That's who I am. I'm the son of a prince. After
Is unity
X.
community. Unity in community. And this is a very important topic.
And in every generation, a prince was born, a visionary
Every community, but more
who would inspire the masses.
the Muslim community.
And in the turbulent 60s,
The reality is
5
around because of the issues
key
faced,
voices
because of the
were silenced.
unfortunate circumstances that we're facing across the narrative of America and probably the globe. So we
One of
really
these
need
voices
Muslims to
belonged to the man,
campaign,
Malcolm
raise
X,
the issue of unity.
characterized in his eulogy
We really want to grow.
as the prince.
If our aim is to grow, if our aim is to be constructive individuals, if our aim is to
That prince had 6
help
biological
our
daughters,
children
and my
families
story
and the next
will be told
generation
as one of his
succeed,
spiritual
then
sons.
we really have to be clear and clean about their situation of how we want to say the state of
Now,
our
if the
unity.
prince were here,
Always, every
this
year,
is how he would see the world. Its cultures, religions, societies, and the critical issues facing humanity. Nearly 50 years after Malcolm X.
And this is colorblind, ethnicity blind, language blind, about faith. So Ummah donates
Allahu Akbar,
group of people who are connected and interconnected by faith more than they are connected by blood, more than they are connected by lineage, by tribal sentiments. That's why the word ummi, you want to say the Arabic, sometimes the best way is to go to the roots and build up and down. From sajada, you go to masjid, to sajid, to sajada. From madrasa, you go to mudarris, daris, dirasa, minha dirasiyya. Then you can be able to understand Arabic from this way. So if you want to understand the deep roots meaning of ummi or ummah, go to alif, mim, mim, and that will be the beginning. That's the best way to understand. Mother, So mother, it means we are all from the same womb, from the same parents. So Muslims are ummah. So this word ummah actually embedded the unity we're talking about today. It means we have to think, we have to plan, we have to organize in order to solidify the name that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us, ummah, regardless of our race, ethnicity, background, experiences, and so forth and so on. So we have to realize that. And that is the main point where Muslims are behind. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us the name as ummah. The Quran has called us ummah. But that is a very important, that is the same important point where we are behind. And I'm going to mention some points, because I have 30 minutes to wrap up, so we can be able, as Muslims, as individuals, as masjids, as community, to grow from there. First of all, the Arabs in Jahiliyyah period, the time before the emergence of Islam, were enjoying some form of ummahship, if you want, some sort of unity. But it was always hollow, it was always tribal based, it was always fragile. It wasn't solid. It was one day they want to have an occasion, social occasion, or they engage in a fight, they come together. But they can easily fall apart. The building of that unity is not faith-based. Therefore, it's easy to collapse. But when Islam came, Islam eradicated any form of ummah except faith. And because of that, you have in Islamic fabric, we have Salman al-Farisi, we have Bilal al-Habashi, we have Suhaib al-Rumi, we have Arabs, both nomads and from all different tribes. They came together and Islam became a melting pot where they all came together and unified the front. They came together to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to think together. So the Islamic type of unity is completely and absolutely different from that prevailed before Islam. But one point that I want to make is we should not confuse between unity and uniformity. Unity is a group of people with their diversity, with their different mindsets, different experiences, different ideologies, coming together to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Uniform is to be the same, and that is against the norm of Allah's creation. Allah did not create you and I to be the same. And that's why we have different names. My name is Ayub, we have Mahmoud, Khalid, Yusuf. By this difference, you have to think different. You have to be different than I, so we can collect and collate the ideas and move forward. If we are to be together, then there's no need for this diversity. We have to be different. But different in a way that we don't descend and fall and fail. different that we complete each other, we complement one another, that we become a mirror to each other. And that's why it is important to have different views and different opinions. So that's something important as we're moving forward to build our community, that to understand the difference between being united and being inside some uniform type. We don't want this uniform. We want to be just united, but within the different ideas and the different opinions or understanding and the circumstance that we come from. So that is something that we have to be mindful about moving forward. The nature around you provides a clear manifestation of unity. Because sometimes when we speak, I mean, you have heard many khatibs, speakers talking about the importance of unity and why we have to be united, but yet we are not doing it now. We're not reaching the goal. We are not still doing the best we can. So sometimes it's good to draw examples or similitude from the nature around you. Look at the stars. Just raise your eye to the star. You will see the most important element that drives you is when you see the multitude of stars. When you see just one star, it's normal. But when you see a team, when you see crowds, when you see numbers of stars decorating the sama, that brings some delight. Because it's a decoration to the sky. It's not just one, but when the stars come together, they form the beauty that you enjoy when you look at them. Apart, of course, the stars being a guide for those traveling the sea. Look at the ocean. The atoms of oceans come together. It's not just one spot or one drop of water. These drops of water come together to form this huge, dreadful body of water that can carry ships and people travel across. It's just pieces of water that come together. And that gives us strength. Look at the sand around you. There are also pieces of particles of sand that come together to form the earth and the mountains. So all of these, go to the garden and look at the flowers. They are white, green, blue, yellow, and this variety is what made you look at them with joy and with aspiration and want to see them more and get pictures. You want to, if you go to airports, they have pictures of the nature. That is to draw your attention. It's not just one flower, it's not just one color, it's a variety of colors. So this is the nature around you telling you the importance of unity and coming together, even with variety, even with differences. Black flower with yellow. Black and yellow and green. Black, yellow, green are close to violet. These are all colors that come together, and look at the rainbow. Rainbow is not just one color. It's this variety of colors is what you say, wow, look at the beauty. So always when things come together, they have unbelievable strength, unbelievable beauty. It's not just strength, it's beauty. It is solidify your point. It's giving you, every individual has something to gain from. And this is what we can draw from the nature and, starting to build our communities. If we look at the Muslim communities around our masjids, around our organizations, we have problems today. And I would like to shed light on why we should be careful about things that are considered, in my view, enemies of unity. And that is actually what I want to share with you. More than about unity, but because we've been talking about unity and unity and unity, you've heard that enough. There's no debate that unity is important in our community. There's no debate that every individual stands to gain when we are united. There's no debate that every community is stronger with another community when we come together and do things the way we should be doing. But my point is, what are the things or issues that can be classified as enemies of unity? And that is our main issue, because we are fallen, brothers. We failing, sisters, and we need to address the enemies of unity in the Muslim community. And that is the focus point that I want to leave you with. Of course, some of you may think that I'm going to mention shaitan as the first element, the enemies of unity. I'm not going to. That's the last on my last list. Shaitan, you don't see shaitan. We always want to blame someone, always want to mention shaitan for our failures, always want to mention shaitan for our irresponsible attitude in the community. But you don't see shaitan, and you have Ar-Rahman. You have Allah with you. When you stand firm, when you invite Allah to you, then you are a majority. Why would shaitan conquer you? So I'm going to leave shaitan aside. And among the enemies of unity, number one is lack of understanding that we have problems. That's number one. Many times we as Muslims fail to understand, fail to internalize that we really have problems and we need to solve it. So we don't call things by the names. We just try to say, inshallah, it's going to be okay. And it's not going away. We say, okay, these are two brothers, or these are the imam and the president. And then no one comes forward to make some serious attempts to mend the situation. So lack of acknowledging the reality that we have problem and we need to solve it. That is the main thing, the main enemy of our disunity. Point number two is prolonging the disputes in our communities. Prolonging disputes. When something happens between two groups or two people or two leaders in our community, we will try, some prominent figures in the community try to resolve. See some people, some of them, either these on the right or the left, trying to say no and prolong it. And then, the more we procrastinate in solving it, the more it escalates and the more it gets worse, and the more many people get involved, and the more it becomes hard to resolve it. So that is enemy number two, prolonging our dispute. Of course, you remember number one, that is what? What's number one? What's number one enemy? Lack of what? Acknowledging the problem. Unless we acknowledge the problem, we can't solve it. If you go to the hospital, the doctor cannot handle you. He will not even start dealing with you until you tell him what is wrong with you, until he diagnoses you. So the diagnosis is about, we need to see what is really going on wrong, and then the medication will follow. And number two is, as I said, prolonging the process of solving our problem. The enemy number three, from my view, is lack of qualified individuals to solve the problem. Sometimes we only leave the imam to solve a problem. We only leave some of unappointed people to take care of our issues. We need to have trained people, people who are skillful, who have both Islamic, Quranic, and the modern methodology of solving issues, getting rid of our acute problems. This is a science, and I have been talking lately about what I called conflict detection. We have been talking about conflict resolution, conflict management, conflict, different names, but what is missing is conflict detection. I haven't seen this serious study into that. And we have to have that science in our community to detect the problem before it starts. So lack of qualified people trained and skillful to handle our situation is the enemy number 3. Enemy number 4, the individual playing into the problem. The ego. I want to be the one who wins. Instead of thinking about win-win, no, I want to be the one who end up being the successful one. I want to be the one who carries the day. I want to be the one whose word is heard. I want to, and that's a problem. Because if you look at the Quran al-Kareem, there are 3 words that doomed Iblis. Ana khayrun mink. Ana khayrun mink. These are the 3 words. They doomed Iblis, and they can doom any person. They can be the last day of your faith, if you want, of your faith and your strength. Because ana means I. Always presenting yourself, always projecting your image, always mentioning you to be on the top, to be the speaker, be the person who does everything. And then khair means better than. Khairun min. Then you don't even stop there. Then you mention specific person. I am better off than you. So now you have the beginning and end. And in between, you are the best. So you are the best, and he is the least. And in between, you have all the credits. This is what doomed Iblis when he said to Adam alayhi salam, when Allah asked him to, you all know the story. وَإِذْ قُلْنَا لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ اسْجُدُوا لِآدَمَ إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ. Iblis said, I'm not going to make sujood for Adam. Why? قال أنا خير منه. So if he had said ana, but khair maybe, but ana khayr min, he ended all the discussion. There's no debate. There's no room for discussion. I am better off than him. So I'm not supposed to do any type of respect to him. So we need to get away from our ego, ourselves, to project our image in order to succeed if we're talking about unity. Another point, my brothers and sisters, is I'm projecting what I call UTF, that is Unity Task Force. This could work well for our masjids, our communities, our organizations, Unity Task Force. And the major task for this task would be to bring the issues that is happening, that is causing us, to the elders, to the leadership of the masjid or any community, and to start dealing with it. We don't have to stay. We don't have to wait. We don't have to let it go. We don't have to play it down. And we don't have to say, no, inshallah, they will get back. No, inshallah is good, but we don't use inshallah in this situation. We need to get out there and make sure that we call the parties concerned and discuss this issue with them. So the Unity Task Force is so important to keep our masjids and the community safe from falling and from failing. In order to allow the damage to take root, in order to allow our masjid to fail, you have all heard or maybe have experienced about our masjid being so weak, our leadership being so fragile that we can't even have a dialogue. We have no institutionalized platform to bring people to dialogue. And we end up inviting people who are others. The police storm the masjids. Many a time, the imam is on the khutbah, and the police will come and say, out. They step into the masjid with the boots. And the imam is on the khutbah, on the mimbar. I'm not talking about he's sitting around. He's on the mimbar, giving the khutbah. He'll be forced out of masjids. What a shame. How can we resolve this? And we are saying, inshallah, Allah will take care of it. In Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. Before Allah steps in, we have to take charge. We have to show Allah that we care. We have to show Allah that we have done everything possible. And that is how the rahmah and the tawfiq of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes. Because in the Quran, Allah mentioned, Inna rahmatallahi qareeb min al-mu'minin. Indeed, the mercy of Allah is so close to believers. These ayat are there, you all read it, we all read this ayat. And someone asked me, the Imam, okay, why don't we see the mercy? Quran, and Allah keeps His promise. This is something we shouldn't have any second guess. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keeps His promise. Inna rahmatallahi qareebun min al-mu'minin or min al-muhsinin. Where is the rahmah? Because we are not ready to cling to rahmah. It's just right. Allah said it's right there. But we are not ready. We did not accommodate ourselves in order to reach to the rahmah, which Allah said is so close. So it is our fault that we are not getting the rahmah and the mercy from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Unity, my dear brothers and sisters, is not a word that we will say in one meeting. It's not something that we should just hear and then go home unconcerned. But I want you and I to rethink, to think and rethink about the importance of unity to every individual, women and men. We cannot unite, we cannot be united in the masjid if we are not united at home. If families are on different page, the mother and the father and the daughter never agree, then we are creating a culture of failure. And if we fail to correct our mistakes today, it's a sign that we have created a situation of failure in the future. So we need to have parents, men and women talking to each other. We need to have parents, mothers, fathers talking to each other. We need to have brothers discussing issues. We need to have sisters having a group to debate and get the ideas across what we need to do. And we need, have the nuclear groups talking to each other. And this is the way that we can solve the issue if we want to succeed. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, وَلَا تَنَازَعُوا فَتَفْشَلُوا وَتَذْهَبَ رِيحُكُمْ. Do not dispute. Do not dispute. Because dispute will lead automatically to you losing your grounds. And losing your ground would cause you to what? To be away from each other. So dispute is number one. And number two, we lose the ground. We scatter around, become weak, and then everybody goes this way. And that is what we don't allow, or we cannot allow, and we should not allow to be. My last advice to you is that every individual here should be on his guard. Every individual, ladies and brothers, every individual is murabit. Do not allow Islam to be defeated by your door. You have to guide the door jealously. You have to do everything you can to bring about unity in our communities. We have to forge any plan. Don't say we have done the best we can. As long as the community is still fragile and weak, then enough is not done. We are better off, we can do better. So I'm calling every sister and every brother that we should have the culture of unity. We need to build it. We have to engineer it at home. We have to plan for how can we unite our sisters. How can we have more sisters come to masjid? How can we have more people to come to listen to these type of lectures? How can we invite the community around, Muslims and non-Muslims? So this is something that we should think about. And then we have, and I know we can't all do the same thing at the same time. Some people are very active, some slow, just like the freeway. We have freeway 5, you have 5 lanes. The left lane is very fast, and the second lane is less, and the third, and the other one on the right is slow. But they're all going the same way. In the end, they'll all arrive. I know we have different capabilities, but we have to think that we are all ummah, just like the way freeway flows. The same direction, fast, less and less and less and slow. You'll go first, he will go last, but they all arrive in a way. So that is what we need to think about. And we need to bring the best we can using the modern technology, methodology, and science and research to help us, inshallah, to succeed in this area of very importance, because we are losing grounds. Our masjids are always in chaos. Our leadership are fighting for many reasons that cannot even hold water. Our sisters are marginalized in many of the masjids. That is wrong. Our children don't have enough space in the masjid. That is awful. That is not un-Islamic. Make sure that sisters have space. Some masjids, when you go to the sisters area, is so bad, smelling bad. It's not organized. It's not planned, as if they don't count. No, they count. Don't listen to me. Listen to the Prophet ﷺ. Listen to the Prophet ﷺ. Women are part and parcel of the fabric. They were great players. They were great individuals. Go and read about those who were invited, who were given the glad tidings of Jannah. There are many women as men. It's not only men. So women should be given space and children should be allowed to enjoy the masjid. A place to play and a place to pray. It's not just forcing them to come. And when you have a daughter who is coming to the masjid or not coming to the masjid, sometimes we say, Imam, make dua for me. My daughter doesn't want to come to masjid. She is not doing enough. But did you do enough? My daughter doesn't want to wear the hijab. I talked to her. I did everything. And I still didn't able to. How did you approach it? The approach. I mean, don't force her to put the hijab. Let her know and understand why hijab is important. And let her put the hijab loving to put it on. Let the kids come to masjid because they have space to play and there's some food to eat and they have books to read. And they will consider masjid as a place they always want to be there. Not just to come and pray. They're tired of that because they don't understand. That's their kids, that's why they're children. So we need to have these together. And it all comes and will come, inshallah, if our community is united, if we are able to solidify our way of doing things and not the old way of doing things. May Allah bless you, brothers. I know this is not enough, but at least it gives some insight of what we need to do. Of course, I didn't mention Shaitan. I told you he's on the last of my list. Shaitan is working around the clock to make sure that we never get united. Don't allow him. Show him the exit card. Show him the red card. I'm here for Shaitan. I mean, you already in al-jinnah wan nas. The real Shaitan, unseen, the Shaitan who is visible. So there are people who are planning to see Muslims never united within Muslims and without. And the real Shaitan is also working 24/7, sleepless, tireless, working to see Muslims divided, to see Muslims never coming together. And if we stand by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah will give us the victory as he gave Adam alayhi salam over Shaitan, as he gave to the Prophet sallam over Shaitan, as he gave Nabi Ibrahim alayhi salam over Shaitan, which we display in Mecca. They all defeated Shaitan, but now Shaitan is gaining ground and we have to show him that he has no place and we can defeat him, inshallah. Say Ameen. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
MashaAllah, that was a great presentation by Sheikh Ayub Harun. Takbir. 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 May Allah bless you and your family and give you the best for driving all the way to give us a beautiful lecture. Got some good news for you, inshallah. I know some of you guys are waiting for the food. So we're going to have the food served in just a second. But so we can we only have half an hour to enjoy the food. So we're going to have the sisters on the right side. So remember, the sisters are going to be on the right side. It's buffet style. The brothers are going to be on the left side. It's right over there in the back towards the left. Just so we can keep this organized, please, inshallah, we'll make it fast also. There is tables in the back. We'll keep those for the families and, for the sisters. Single brothers, just sit right over here. You're not qualified for those back tables yet, but inshallah, you will be. Once again, the sisters are going to be on the right side. The brothers are going to be on the left side. We'll start the food service right now. And inshallah, we have half an hour. There will be some videos playing while you guys are enjoying the food. Inshallah, you like the food, and we'll continue the program right after that. Jazakumullah khair.
After X is about America and the present world that we live in. After X speaks to the individual, to the heart, and to the very soul. After X is the message coming out of Harlem, out of Brooklyn, out of urban America and the global village, which is our present world. From New York to Mecca, from Lagos to London, from Amsterdam to Sydney, from Beijing to Trinidad, and from Cairo to Moscow, After X is there. No one, absolutely no one, can afford to miss After X, because it is one of the most important films of the 21st century.
Islam, America, and the world. What is our purpose in life?
يا إله الكون قد أسلمت لك.
Purpose Media Group presents Purpose TV. At last, a new television experience illuminating the earth. Thanks to cutting-edge, web-based technology, Purpose TV is able to reach all viewers, anywhere and everywhere. Purpose TV is dedicated to providing unique insight into the issues that shape our lives, our societies, and the planet we all share. The content provided by Purpose TV addresses the many challenges facing humanity today and removes misconceptions and distortions concerning Muslims and Islam. It is moral-minded media for the modern world. Purpose TV delivers a wide variety of programming, including Why Man Should Believe in God, Islam, America, and the World, What is Our Purpose in Life, The Erosion of the Family, Too Hot to Handle, Youth Issues, The Needy and the Greedy. What do you really know about Islam? The creation of money. In their own words, the story of Muslim women. And the new Muslim world. Purpose TV is the answer to what has been missing in mainstream media. It is a unique concept, providing needed programming and investing towards the future of Islam. For our dedicated supporters all over the world, we thank you for making a generous contribution to help sustain our work. For program sponsors, this is your chance for global viewer exposure and the opportunity to earn the rewards of promoting the Islamic message. For investors, an amazing opportunity is in front of you. The time is now. And for our worldwide viewers, you can register now and watch Purpose TV at purposetv.com and on your Roku streaming player, as well as on your smartphone or tablet. Purpose TV, anywhere and everywhere. Start illuminating the earth with Purpose TV.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. This is Munira.
Sister Munira.
I started organizing your manuscript, and the more I look at this, the more I think it will be a great movie.
A movie?
Let's see what we can do to make that happen.
What movie?
On June the 26th, I'll be 67 years old. No one can tell this story the way that I have seen it. But what would I call this story? It's about the last 47 years after Malcolm. But who should I call myself? I mean, I know my name. But who am I speaking for? I'm speaking for all the sons and daughters, the spiritual sons and daughters of Malcolm X. I am a son of a prince. That's who I am. I'm the son of a prince. After
X.
And in every generation, a prince was born, a visionary who would inspire the masses, And in the turbulent 60s, 5 key voices were silenced.
One of these voices belonged to the man, Malcolm X, characterized in his eulogy as the Prince. That Prince had 6 biological daughters, and my story will be told as one of his spiritual sons. Now, if the Prince were here, this is how he would see the world. Its cultures, religions, societies, and the critical issues facing humanity. Nearly 50 years after Malcolm X.
Allahu Akbar,
After X must examine the critical issues, comment upon some of the tremendous social implications, and offer moral propositions. After X will be the voice, the ears, the touch, the eyes, and the taste of every spiritual son and daughter of the Prince. So walk with me and share the experience of 2 generations after X. During this dynamic period, 32 countries gained independence. There have been countercultures and social revolutions worldwide. And man has landed on the moon. This film is a real story, especially for the world who have seen the movie Malcolm X. After X will be riveting, intergenerational, emotional, and filled with powerful and graphic social insights. After X will answer all of those sensitive, distorted, and misunderstood questions about Islam and Muslims. After X covers 47 years, 73 countries, my life, and offers a compelling proposition of Islam, America, and the world. After X is about America and the present world that we live in. After X speaks to the individual, to the heart, and to the very soul. After X is the message coming out of Harlem, out of Brooklyn, out of urban America and the global village, which is our present world. From New York to Mecca, from Lagos to London, from Amsterdam to Sydney, from Beijing to Trinidad, and from Cairo to Moscow, After X is there. No one, absolutely no one, can afford to miss After X, because it is one of the most important films of the 21st century.
يا إله الكون قد أسلمت لك.
Purpose Media Group presents Purpose TV. At last, a new television experience illuminating the earth. Thanks to cutting-edge, web-based technology, Purpose TV is able to reach all viewers, anywhere and everywhere. Purpose TV is dedicated to providing unique insight into the issues that shape our lives, our societies, and the planet we all share. The content provided by Purpose TV addresses the many challenges facing humanity today and removes misconceptions and distortions concerning Muslims and Islam. It is moral-minded media for the modern world. Purpose TV delivers a wide variety of programming, including Why Man Should Believe in God, Islam, America, and the World, What is Our Purpose in Life, The Erosion of the Family, Too Hot to Handle, Youth Issues, The Needy and the Greedy. What do you really know about Islam? The creation of money. In their own words, the story of Muslim women. And the new Muslim world. Purpose TV is the answer to what has been missing in mainstream media. It is a unique concept, providing needed programming and investing towards the future of Islam. For our dedicated supporters all over the world, we thank you for making a generous contribution to help sustain our work. For program sponsors, this is your chance for global viewer exposure and the opportunity to earn the rewards of promoting the Islamic message. For investors, an amazing opportunity is in front of you. The time is now. And for our worldwide viewers, you can register now and watch Purpose TV at purposetv.com and on your Roku streaming player, as well as on your smartphone or tablet. Purpose TV, anywhere and everywhere. Start illuminating the earth with Purpose TV.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. This is Munira.
Sister Munira.
I started organizing your manuscript, and the more I look at this, the more I think it will be a great movie.
A movie?
Let's see what we can do to make that happen.
What movie? On June the 26th, I'll be 67 years old. No one can tell this story the way that I have seen it. But what would I call this story? It's about the last 47 years after Malcolm. But who should I call myself? I mean, I know my name. But who am I speaking for? I'm speaking for all the sons and daughters, the spiritual sons and daughters of Malcolm X. I am a son of a prince. That's who I am. I'm the son of a prince. After X. And in every generation, a prince was born, a visionary who would inspire the masses. And in the turbulent 60s, 5 key voices were silenced.
One of these voices belonged to the man, Malcolm X, characterized in his eulogy as the Prince. That Prince had 6 biological daughters, and my story will be told as one of his spiritual sons. Now, if the Prince were here, this is how he would see the world. Its cultures, religions, societies, and the critical issues facing humanity. Nearly 50 years after Malcolm X.
Allahu Akbar,
After X must examine the critical issues, comment upon some of the tremendous social implications, and offer moral propositions. After X will be the voice, the ears, the touch, the eyes, and the taste of every spiritual son and daughter of the Prince. So walk with me and share the experience of 2 generations after X. During this dynamic period, 32 countries gained independence. There have been countercultures and social revolutions worldwide. And man has landed on the moon. This film is a real story, especially for the world who have seen the movie Malcolm X. After X will be riveting, intergenerational, emotional, and filled with powerful and graphic social insights. After X will answer all of those sensitive, distorted, and misunderstood questions about Islam and Muslims. After X covers 47 years, 73 countries, my life, and offers a compelling proposition of Islam, America, and the world. After X is about America and the present world that we live in. After X speaks to the individual, to the heart, and to the very soul. After X is the message coming out of Harlem, out of Brooklyn, out of urban America and the global village, which is our present world. From New York to Mecca, from Lagos to London, from Amsterdam to Sydney, from Beijing to Trinidad, and from Cairo to Moscow, After X is there. No one, absolutely no one, can afford to miss After X, because it is one of the most important films of the 21st century.
يا إله الكون قد أسلمت لك.
Purpose Media Group presents Purpose TV. At last, a new television experience illuminating the earth. Thanks to cutting-edge, web-based technology, Purpose TV is able to reach all viewers, anywhere and everywhere. Purpose TV is dedicated to providing unique...
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. So, man, this is like really cool, because as a new Muslim, when I went to the mosque where I took Shahada, they had a library, and in the library they had a lot of DVDs with the apologetics, and a lot of those DVDs had Sheikh Khalid Yasin on them, and I really learned a lot from the Sheikh as a new Muslim, and the way that he explained the deen, I would use when I spoke to people in the street, and I even convinced the brothers in the community where I took Shahada, became Muslim, to purchase a DVD copying machine that like copied a lot of DVDs at a time, so I could get a whole bunch of them and be out there giving them to people and sharing them with people. So I met the Sheikh up in Sacramento, and Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. And he was generous enough to have me flown out here to give you guys some poetry. And because this event is about community, and I wanted to just share I was at a doctor's office in New York, and there was a man sitting by me whose ears were like burnt off, and his hands were burnt into a stub. His one hand was burnt into a stub. His other arm was missing, and he had one foot, and his other foot was burnt as well. And I was all into this dawah thing, you know, because I was going through these DVD. I'm a new Muslim. I'm like telling people about as best I could. So I just wrote on a piece of paper, "Do you know about God?" You know, and he wrote back, because he's deaf, he can't hear. So he wrote and he said yes. So I said, "Do you know about Jesus?" And he said yes. I said, "Do you know about Muhammad?" Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he said, "No, I don't know about Muhammad." I said, "Well, give me your address, your number. I want to come and pick you up and take you somewhere." So he did that, and I went to his house and I picked him up and I brought him to the mosque where I was, you know, getting into learning about all you guys. And they treated him very well. One person gave him a coat. They brought him some pizza. The kids like surrounded him, and he took Shahada when he was there. And when I was taking him home and I was walking him to his door, he looked at me and tears were coming out of his eyes. And he said, like, before this happened, before he went to this place and these people like treated him so good, he was planning to kill himself. Like, he had been seriously getting ready to take his own life away. And so I did feel bad afterwards, because I did go overseas to study, and there's not really something in the community, a strong enough you know, system to like reach out or go pick him up and bring him off and these type of things. And there's so many of these people out here who have all these misconceptions about this religion. Even in the airport just now, I'm going over with people like, and they really want to listen, and they're really amazed. And people can hate you. They can want to kill you. And anyone who's down with how you get down. But when they meet somebody, when they meet a Muslim, and that Muslim is so nice to them, or just cool, and in a whole different way than they thought, it completely changes everything for them. And we have so much to like explain, because this religion is so beautiful. But I'm not going to get into too much talking, because I didn't really come here to talk. I came here to do some poetry. So, Bismillah. Are you waiting? when the only knowledge you possess is the pursuit of speculation? Why exercise patience if you exercise to look good and go places? Water gets controlled by the dams. See, the sisters shouldn't even look at me, for they may cut their hands. The fortress inside you can get demolished and turned to sand. So go crush devils, sabotage their plans. I'll throw a watermelon at the people. They'll know I'm sad. Give them a napkin and say, clean this. If they haven't called you crazy, I can guarantee you're not a genius. I'm angry the Arabs are speaking Arabic, because selling the chandelier in their masjids could probably feed 1,000 Africans. I love mankind, even though they're not kind, and there's not too many men. They don't know what came first, the egg or the hen. While fate chases, I'm stilled and chilled, analyzing faces after a visit of a special manifestation. So check what's in your purses and under your belts, and don't assure yourselves that death is a long way off. A garden on a hillock brings double the fruit when a rainstorm smites it, but even a light drizzle suffices. So feel blessed. Would you like to possess a garden of palm trees with vines and rivers flowing beneath, containing all kinds of fresh fruits for you to eat? Living in this world will have us struck by old age. Don't desire to die. What benefits us stays for a long time. Reopen your eyes and illuminate places. Our bad opinion of others has led us to hatred. So let's talk about civility, barbarity, foreign heresy, and the chastity of our daughters. This demonic monoculture, it's eradicating human and biodiversity. Any MC that stands up may get smacked down lyrically, uplifted spiritually, recognize reality, and go home respecting their family. I'll bring smiles to your babies. Shaitan has built a strong circus of illusion. So what are you doing? Before and after I'm rapping this, we need to alter our ideas of happiness. We're getting played in this game. This is not a taunt. If you don't have shame, then do what you want. But I warn that the storm will have you cooked like corn. The heresies of arrogance should have you turning to apologetics. Eating healthy won't have you live longer. So master your studies, graduate with honors, tripping with excessive pride in your appearance and accomplishments. The source of vanity, it's empty and will vanish. I say, ¿Cómo estás? The mommies and poppies speaking Spanish. Because I see the ecstasy of the soft breeze of pre-eternity in their eyes. Why lie about what we give and take? Make sure you explain your mistakes. Let's meet slow and leave on good terms and implement what we're learning through this life of burning. Because those burners may have you return then, chastised and denied by the one you denied. Understand justice and use your minds. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. So I'm going to give you one more right now, inshallah. And this one is kind of like about somebody who's out just trying to call to Allah. And I've called it spiritually gangster before, as this poem, the name of it, but you know, maybe it has a better name than that. But it's pretty spiritually gangster, so check it out. You'll learn I've turned my back on this world because of the brevity of its term, the abundance of its turbulence, the paltriness of its sufficiency, the amount of its difficulties, the speediness of its transience, and the lowliness of its associates. If you ask why, then you're learning how to live. I've learned how to die. It's chalk after the barrel talks. It's a vision of paradise when I look down it, right? Seeing swords coming through my chest, looking up, screaming success. This life's a test. So, I imitate the best. while Allah raises in the bases in every situation, dealing with His creation, from riding in this land of the Masons to bearing with patience in the cells they've placed me in. I try to remember Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Even though this world, it can be fun, my brothers, they got nicknames for all their guns, giving them the truth, riding the rhythm. I'm a prisoner of hope and a purveyor of optimism in this world. While the energy of negativity that stays stuck in my memory has me envisioning my enemies sweetened by death. Loving unconditionally, forgiving calms my breath. Trailing a robe of glory, drinking from the fountain of purity, while the hated echoes of my steps become the cure of sick souls, now connected and blessed. Tears of thankfulness, given a wool coat in the snow, unafraid, approached by a tyrant, feeling loved in tribulation, delivering food to the enemy's tents. The guard of beauty attracts with mercy, beaten bloody to the pavement, adhering strictly to the rules of engagement, working my way towards wisdom, getting back to the huddle for consultation, knowing wines have taken over minds, lost getting high, above self-consciousness. I'm mastering the art of penmanship to inject the cure, turning heads from this illusion to the prize of eternity. Where there's no faith, sowing certainty. The carpenter visits the house with no door. See, all of you can run in every direction, but you'll be lost until you fall on the floor. Because the forces of falsehood that tickle our fancies, they leave us at a loss in understanding its realities. We must know ourselves to be aware of our enemies. The extent of pleasure experienced by a wali is a hidden connection. Submit to destiny. Pray to be visited by breezes of mercy. So peace and serenity have you living lives of felicity. We all enjoy an aspect of uniqueness. It's a sign of His unity. Extremely delicious is closeness to the infinite and limitless. Our tongues and languages, they're limited. The universe, it's incapable of expressing this ecstasy pertaining to the spiritual, the pleasure of which is unexplainable in relation to the physical. The marital or conjugal pleasure man cries for as he yearns for this could only be truly understood through personal experience. All the words in the available dictionaries can never tell a man the pleasure of being married. So how the heck could I tell you, buddy, about being tortured while feeling lucky? Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Give another hand to Brother Habib Sultan. MashaAllah, beautiful poetry, beautiful words. May Allah make you an inspiration to our young people. Now, inshallah, I'm going to have Brother Yunus Barraho. Brother Yunus Barraho is originally from Morocco. He's been in the U.S. for several years, very well known in the community, mashallah, very active. He also gives khutbahs at Masjid Tawheed, teaches in several masajid, teaches our younger kids Arabic and Islamic studies. The brother, mashallah, speaks 7 languages. He has a beautiful presentation for us this evening. So, inshallah, give him your full attention. Without further ado, Brother Yunus Barraho.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Can you all hear me? I'm just wondering, how can I top that brother who was just on stage, Brother Sultan? It's going to be a difficult, very difficult job. But trying to get my presentation on that. وعلى آله ومن والاه. That is not part of my presentation. But that is. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. You see, we gather here in such beautiful gatherings to talk about issues of about the ummah. But quite honestly, I feel like we gather here just to get to know each other. The human touch that a Muslim gives to the brother or the sister when they say Salaam Alaikum, when they give that smile, it just takes us on a road. It takes us up there. We all walk in those stairs. We all want to get somewhere. We all want to get to that gate. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us that hope of those who believe and do good deeds. Inshallah, we'll get to that gate. And the angel will tell you, come in. Gardens of heaven with rivers flowing. Boredom taken away from you. Reaching the utmost happiness. So, for me, it's a journey. It's a journey of purification, intentions and deeds. Unfortunately, we say nowadays that growing a beard or wearing the proper clothing or speaking the right language will get you to Jannah. But we forgot that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke to us and said, give us an exception. إِلَّا مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهَ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. Except those who come to Allah with a pure heart. So, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ, isn't it? We are rewarded based on our intentions. So are the intentions pure? Is the heart clean? Why do we focus on the we forget to unite with oneself? Do we? So what are we here for? Unity in the community. Right? وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Right? And what? The way forward. Moving on from just talking about community. Here we go again. This is what the Muslims look like today. Isn't this picture very, very accurate? كل حزب بما لديهم. Every group is happy with what they got and they neglect the others. I'm right and everybody else is wrong. So, is this a symptom or this is the cause of the disease? It is human nature to try to be different in order to be more influential. So where do I start my journey? Yes, unity in the community, we want to be united, but where do I start? I'm going to go connect with all these brothers from all over the place. We're going to start a club or a book club or start a soccer club or girls going shopping together. Hijab day, let's go, yeah. Or should I start with myself? How many of us are united with ourselves? How many of us feel that we have that harmony with one's heart, with one's thoughts? If we unite with ourselves, and unite with the people in our masjid, and we unite with the people in our community, we will automatically unite. With whom? With the ummah. You see, when I start speaking, I get up here and you all give me this attention, my ego just grows huge and I feel like I'm someone. But then when I look at the ummah compared to myself, I turned out to be a very small player, a small element, that if we all are put together, we will make خَيْرَ أُمَّةٍ أُخْرِجَتْ لِلنَّاسِ, the best nation that was sent out to mankind. So isn't it time? Isn't it time to unite? Isn't it time to do something? Isn't it time? We always ask, what time is it? Isn't it time to seek stillness of the heart? أَلَا بِذِكْرِ اللَّهِ تَطْمَئِنُّ الْقُلُوبِ. Do we have that unity with the heart? That I'm very happy with who I am. I'm at peace with my Creator. And I reach that level where I can find that balance and that stillness of the heart. The connection with Allah. Where a man in Arabia walking by himself. I saw it on TV when they were covering a race in the desert in North Africa, in the middle of nowhere. The photographer, the camera, the helicopter following cars, racing in the desert. And he was taking the panorama, the scenery, going around and around. And they start zooming in, zooming in, and zooming in. And there was a man alone in the desert saying, Allahu Akbar, making salah by himself. These people, as simple as they were, or they are connected with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Stillness of the heart. When you remember when you were a boy or a girl, and things were very simple, and life was much happier, and you could sit in the masjid and read some Quran and feel at peace with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Isn't it time to start a change, a balance between worship and life? We are not monks. We're not priests. We're not nuns. We're going to go live in monasteries and molest some children on the side. No, we are Muslims. وَلَا تَنْسَ نَصِيبَكَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. So we balance between Islam, between our worship, between our ibadah, and we balance between life. We live on this earth. We're not here to suffer. We're here to enjoy, but at the same time, bring joy. We are here to raise the level of quality of people's lives. We don't live for ourselves. Let us become successful. Successful. And be amongst al-muflihun. Al-falah is success. And success means that you will be admitted in Jannatul Rahman. The paradise. These are the successful ones. At least this is the picture that we have been taught all these years. But it confirms أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون. Those who have been guided by their Lord, those who are the successful ones. What is success? Building the biggest palace in the Middle East, or the tallest building, or having the biggest Christmas tree, the most expensive one in the Muslim country. Or an oxymoron anyway. Or driving, the ex-governor of California had 15 Hummers with 15 different colors. Same car, same model, 15 colors. They asked him, why you do that? He says, to match my suits. One time, one sister told me she had 325 pairs of shoes. Is that success? Success to have people's attention, success to be famous, success to indulge in the dunya. But to be successful, at least from the Muslim point of view, is both in the dunya and the akhirah. We Muslims do not neglect the dunya. We do not neglect success on this earth, yet we do not neglect to be successful in the akhirah. Success in the dunya? Huh? What? Brother, you gotta watch your aqidah. Your aqidah is not right. Success in the dunya, what does it mean? Akhirah, aqidah, creed. Let's go, Aqid. Right? So, nice cap, by the way. I couldn't help myself, when I saw that picture. It has to be on my presentation. Right? So, our goal as Muslims is to use the means of the dunya to do what? In order to achieve success of the akhirah. If you are a successful person in the dunya, let's say you're a successful poet that can come and change my life and touch my heart. You're a successful businessman that keeps donating goods for the masajid and for the poor people. You're a successful engineer that could engineer something that will help. Where places people have no help, have lost hope. Nobody cares. Use the means of the dunya to reach success in the akhirah. But wait. Have you ever dreamt to find a bag of money like that? Raise your hand if you did. Am I the only one who have dreamt to find money? I said, why am I going to have to go to school and study and work? I said, if I just look, I'm just walking there on the high side of the highway and there's a bag full of cash. I'll give zakat from it. Don't get me wrong. and I build masajid, and I do this and do that. And give me another motorcycle, better, bigger car. Wait. Or have you ever thought of this? I want the Quran to be downloaded to my brain. I don't want to memorize. It's so hard. I said, Allah, it's happened to me. I said, how about if I pray to Allah, Allah, please just open my heart and the Quran just come down on me, like that. And I go to Taraweeh. Got a beautiful voice, mashallah. Thank you. It was straight up. Or I want to wake up one day and all of a sudden have appetite for healthy food. Organic, naturally, locally grown foods. And then I start exercising, have a strong heart, and I'll be healthy. How many of us have these dreams, but we never achieve them? Why? We all do what? Huh? The problem, if I procrastinate my school, I'm procrastinating my income. If I procrastinate my healthy lifestyle, I'm just inviting diseases to my body. If I procrastinate memorizing Quran and learning my deen, I'm just inviting the shaitan. But the problem is, we are bound by time, which we have no control over. How many of us have a life plan? Just a plan for anything. Do we plan for anything? Nabiullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam did not make a single move without planning. And he would hire experts. He would ask the Sahaba who have the most knowledge of that subject, and then he tells them to give him advice. A man who receives revelation from Allah is asking his companions to give him mashura, to give him advice, because he was a man of this life. He lived here with his people, so he wanted to find solutions that will match his people. How many of you have attended a board meeting of any masjid? How many of us have been given a chance to decide in our community? We complain about dictatorships in the Middle East, but we live in one. For God's sake, every house is a dictatorship. When was the last time you sat down with your kids and did mashura, seeking advice? Right? Is this you? Standing there, lost, not knowing where to go. That was me a few years ago. I'm changing majors like I'm changing shirts. I want to study psychology. I want to study psychology. With all these crazy people, I'm going to be an engineer. That's a lot of math. What should I do? I'm going to be an athlete, but I got a belly. No, what am I going to do? So start chasing majors, and then you end up with the degree that is just worthless because you did not have a plan. Did you have a strategy? Can you come to the convention center? Can you come to Jacobs Center without your GPS? Your GPS works with a map, with a compass, right? But why? We navigate life without a plan, without a strategy, without guidance, without nothing. We're just hoping for things to happen. I'm just going to go to college, find me a rich husband, hopefully get a rich family. I'm just going to get married. I'm just going to happy ever after. I'm going to go to college, find me a nice-looking sister who's not going to ask me for mahar, who's going to be nice to me and everything, and her parents will let her marry me for free. And then I wake up one day, and then this rich Saudi guy, Middle Eastern, comes to me. He's an investor. He's going to give me some money, start a company. I'll be successful. Unfortunately for me, Allah told us to acquire knowledge, to have a strategy. Nabiullah says, "Utlubul ilma mina al-mahdi ila al-lahd." Seek knowledge from cradle to grave. From the day you were born, you're acquiring knowledge. You're learning how to eat. You're learning how to walk. You're learning how to sit. But once you grow up, you stop learning. From the cradle to the grave. Min al-mahdi ila al-lahd. Because there are no shortcuts. There are absolutely no shortcuts. The Muslim Ummah, when they got to work, they achieved something. When we started daydreaming, we achieved nothing. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, what? وَقُلْ اعْمَلُوا الْعَمَلُ. Work. Achievement. Productivity. How many of us are just consumers? We consume everything. See, I forgot to start my timer on my phone. I'm very impressed with my phone, and I love it. It does everything for me. The only thing that sucks about my phone, that it was not made by Muslims. That's the only thing that bothers me. Well, the algorithms that is used here, the binary system, was invented by Muslims. But some reason, we threw the knowledge of the dunya that will give us strength and unity, and we focused on what? Gossip, envy, criticism, and hatred. You got two groups of Muslims saying Allahu Akbar, shooting each other from different sides. What a discrepancy. Now, al-amal is key to what? Work, achievement, strategy, planning is key to what? So it is. If you do not wake up at Fajr, and I hope you all do, and make wudu with the cold water in Fajr, while your bed is warm and you want to go back and sleep, especially if your kid's asleep and you become jealous, you wake up just because, wake up. I'm going to wake up on myself. Wake up. One time my nephew didn't want to wake up. I poured water on his face. He was on his feet in no time. And you go wash and you go face the Qibla and talk to your Creator. Allahu Akbar, Allah is greatest. And you start praying. That's amal. And that's what's going to get you success in the akhirah. So what do we need? What is it that we need? You need something that's going to get you there, which is a life plan. How many of us have their life plans set out? Where you wake up in the morning and say, today I'm going to do this because it's part of my schedule this week and this month and this year. How many of us procrastinate memorizing Quran? You say, first week, you start memorizing fine. Next week, you just become lazy, and then 2-3 weeks into it, you spent 13 years trying to memorize Surah Yasin, and it doesn't want to get in because you do not have a plan. You want to make that money? You want to get that degree? And you've been changing majors like I was because you don't have a plan. How can you navigate through life without a map? When Christopher Columbus came to this country, to this continent, he had Muslim navigators with him. He did not show up here, hey, let's follow some currents. His navigators were Muslims. They spoke Arabic. The translator that translated between Christopher Columbus, he spoke Latin. His name was Luis de Torres. He was a Jewish Ladino guy from Spain, from Andalusia. So he hired the people who knew how to navigate with the stars, because Muslims invented something called mathematical geography. Muhammad al-Murrakushi in the 11th century was smart enough to invent what we use today in GPSs. What did we do? Buy a home in the US and a home back home that you never visit? What did we do? Open a masjid next door because you hate the people in that masjid? What did we do? Stop talking to that sister because she's, I don't know, she hates me for no reason. She wants to destroy me. What did we do? There's your answer. So, let us stop blaming others, whether it's the economy, whether it's the community, blah, 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 whatever that is. Well, I'm not successful because of this or because of that, because I'm short, because I'm tall, because I'm black, because I'm white, because I'm Arab, because I'm this, because that. And every day we give ourselves excuses to justify our failures. We even blame Allah for our laziness, and we say, that's my qadar, my destiny to be like this. Someone told me, Sheikh, I don't pray because it's my qadr. If Allah wanted me to pray, I'll pray. Are you serious? I said, are you high? What are you on, Aki? So, don't do this. The only reason we blame others is because we want to hide our own mistakes and our shortcomings. So I'm trying to make up something. Anyways, how can I make a punchline next to this man? Hajj Malik Shabbas, Brother Malcolm X, rahimahullah. A man who knew what life was about. It was about preparing. Education is the passport. Did you come to the United States without a passport? Can you go outside of North America without a passport, show up to France and say, bonjour, I'm here now. You know, no passport, no one to go in. Why? Because I'm hot, cool, you know. They didn't ask you for a passport. So if the future, you're traveling to the future without a passport, and your passport is education, because the future belongs to whom? To those who prepare. Are we going to prepare? Or are we going to be lazy? Now, why don't you plant a seed? Nabiullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, when I went to the Mi'raj, when he ascended to the heaven, he said, I met Nabiullah Ibrahim al-Khalil. Abraham gave an advice to our beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he says, Ya Muhammad, aqri ummataka minni as-salam. Ya Muhammad, give salam to your ummah. So I'm telling you, as-salam alaikum. And that's why when we mention Ibrahim, what do we say? Alayhi salam. We answer him back. You know what he told him? It says, Inna al-jannata tayyibatu thara wa azbatu al-ma. Paradise has fertile land, fertile soil, and abundant waters, sweet waters. Wa inna zar'aha. The seeds that you plant in al-jannah is subhanallah, alhamdulillah, la ilaha illallah, wallahu akbar. If you want Allah to plant a seed for you in paradise, remember Allah and say, there is no God but Allah. Praise be to Allah. Exalted be Allah. What's the last one? Allahu Akbar. God is greatest. So why don't we plant a seed like Uthman did? Uthman, the successful businessman, the wealthy businessman who acquired the means of the dunya, but he had no problem spending it for the sake of Allah because he owned money and wealth in his hand. He did not own it in his heart. He was wealthy, but his wealth did not corrupt his iman. Uthman, din nurayn. وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا عُثْمَانَ. Jaysh al-Usra funded it by himself. You know what Uthman, the plant that Uthman planted is this seed right here. You all wake up in the morning and says, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Guess who planted that seed? This is the original copy of the Quran that Uthman ibn Affan radiallahu anhu distributed in the 5 corners of the Muslim nation, the Muslim lands. So you and I will have one copy of the Quran. His contribution still exists with us nowadays. That's why we don't have no 36 versions of the Quran. That's why we don't have King James Quran or King Abdul Aziz Quran. That's why we don't have a Latin or a Greek or Hebrew Quran. Inna nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafidhun. Through whom? Through you or through Uthman? Dhin Nurayn. Plant a seed just like Uthman. You're what? What is it that comes from you that will benefit the ummah? It is your success. Your success will benefit the ummah. It starts with you. It starts with you balancing your life between yourself and your heart and your Creator so that you can find stillness of the heart and move on to change the world. And remember, Islam started with how many people? One man. One message, yet a global, what? Vision. Nabiullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam promised his Sahaba, he said, I see you dwell in Jannah, in paradise. He gave them the vision. He told the man who was chasing him in the hijrah, if you let me go, I'll give you the golden rings of Kisra, of Khusro, the leader of Persia. He gave them a vision to show them where they're going to be and where they belong. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He was a leader. But he had followers. And his followers became leaders. Rasulullah, head of state. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, head of state. Umar ibn al-Khattab, head of state. Uthman ibn Affan, head of state. Ali ibn Abi Talib, head of state. Al-Hasan ibn Ali, head of state. Umar ibn Aziz, head of state. And head of states, they were all took the challenge where the shepherd of sheep, they were shepherding sheep and camel and lambs became leaders for humankind. I saw this wisdom and I really wanted to share it with you. Dr. Mustafa Muhammad rahimahullah, he was a man with vision but the Muslims did not appreciate him. It says here, if a Muslim, a believer, and a disbeliever, and a kafir, both of them are in the ocean, and something happens to the boat, and they drown, and they're in the water, guess who's going to survive? The person who knows how to swim. It doesn't matter if they're Muslim or not. The person who acquired the knowledge of swimming. Because al-Muslim al-Jahil sayaghraq. The Muslim that is ignorant will not survive. Just like in life, just like in water, just like in navigation, just like everywhere. So let us know, let's get the knowledge and learn something that will benefit us and benefit this ummah for the long run. But wait a minute. I got my green card. I got my citizenship. I got a job. My father-in-law loves me. I'm cool. Are you this guy? You hypnotize yourself by saying, everything is okay. Especially with the marijuana cards in California. Everybody's going, everything's okay. Everybody's just fine. Right? It happens. But we're running out of time. Just like in this presentation, I'm running out of time. Brothers start yawning on me. I know I'm taking too long. I'm boring you maybe. But I'm here to torture you. Sheikh ibn Uthaymeen rahimahullah, he said something very beautiful because we are running out of time. He says, you might wear your watch and the person who will inherit it, you will remove it and wear it. By Allah, when my father passed away, I took his watch and I wore it. Long before I read this. It's very personal. You wear your watch and your son or your daughter will remove it after you die and they'll wear it. He says also, maybe you close the door to your car and it will be opened by the emergency worker, by the fire department because you crashed your car. And he says, maybe you close your eyes and you never open them till you open them in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the day of judgment. We are running out of time. So how do we fill our times? We have to wake up from heedlessness and become aware of what we do. I have to tell you the story. I pretend I ate it. Outside, on the outskirts of Istanbul, there is a small village, and there was a man, his name is Khairuddin Bash, Khairuddin Afandi. This Khairuddin man was a peasant. He didn't have property. He was a poor man. So what? Every time he goes to the market to see something he loves to eat, he looks and says, how much are these fruits? He said, let's say a couple of dollars. He says, he takes a couple of dollars, he puts them in a box, and he says, I pretend I ate it. How much is this halwa? $3? Put it in the box and said, I pretend I ate it. So he would not spoil himself with delicious foods, and he always constantly pretending that he ate it. To do what? One day he bought a piece of land, and he built a masjid, but he didn't have money to put a roof. And this masjid was built by this Hajji, his name, Khairuddin Afandi. The problem, when he built the masjid, everybody realized why was he saying, I pretend I ate it. They said, he's so cheap, he doesn't want to spend. But he had a vision, he had a plan. من بنى مسجدا في الأرض بنى الله له مسجدا في الجنة. Whoever builds a mosque on earth, Allah builds him a house in Jannah. So imagine this man, poor man, with a vision, depriving his own stomach from food just to build a masjid. Yet he didn't have money to put a roof. But guess what? Today, in the 21st century, people know it as Masjid, I pretend I ate it. They don't call him Masjid Khairuddin. Masjid, كأني أكلته. This is the Masjid of كأني أكلته. So the people come from all over the place to pray in that masjid. Look at the lines outside of the masjid. For every single person who makes sajda in that masjid, guess who gets the rewards? I pretend I ate it. كأنني أكلته. It doesn't take a genius, it doesn't take a millionaire to act in such a way to guarantee yourself success. This man knew how to be successful in the dunya with very little means to bring success to himself in the akhirah and have a house in Jinan al-Rahman. There was another woman, since we have a lot of sisters here. I always curious, why you always talk about the brothers? You talk about the sisters. You're a sexist. You're a this. Okay, wait a minute. Stop. Cool. I'm going to say something Because this story is not about a woman. It's about a personality that changed the world, that you today owe her, because she knew something. She knew that it was up to her. This woman did not move into leadership because she chose to. In the day of Uhud, and you all know what happened in the battle of Uhud, when the Muslims disobeyed the orders of the commands of Rasulullah to test them in their faith, and they were running away. This woman who was helping the wounded, they called her Datul Riqa. She had little strips of cloth to use as a band-aid, bandages for the wounded Muslims who were in the battle, and she used to go help them. But when she saw the Muslims running, and she looked down the hill, and she saw that Rasulullah was sitting in the middle of something. Her name is Imara, Nusaybatu bint Ka'b. A woman who knew that she was able to change the world. But she didn't get there on purpose. Imagine Rasulullah in the middle of that. Something that looks like that. People on horses, with spears, with swords, with arrows, coming down on him when he fell in the ditch. And Sahaba running away from the battlefield. And she looked down and she saw him there. She started running towards Rasulullah. And she told the Muslim man, "Irmi sayfa liman yuqatil." Drop your sword for those who wants to fight. If you're running away, drop your sword for those who want. She picked up a sword. And she descended down to the ditch where the Prophet ﷺ was beaten. They broke his forehead. They broke his teeth. His forehead is bleeding. The messenger of Allah is suffering. Islam as an idea, as an ideology, is in jeopardy. It's threatened that one day you and I will not have Islam because Rasulullah was going to get killed that day. But Nusaybah, a woman who did not hide herself in the closet, who did not show her body to everybody else because that's all she has. I'm a Muslim, well, look at me. I'm wearing tight jeans. I have this pink. I wear hijab. These women knew what Islam was about. It was not about fashion. It was not about being hot or not. It was about being a Muslim or being a non-Muslim. When it came to the acts and she went down with her sword, Umar ibn al-Khattab, he says that when the people came down on us, Wallahi, أينما نظرت فتمت عمارة تصد عن رسول الله. Wherever I turned, Imara was defending the Prophet. She was defending him. I turn right, she's fighting, and she calls her son Habib. لا يقتلن رسول الله عندك. Don't you dare that Rasulullah is killed under your watch. Ya Abdullah, defend the Prophet. She wanted to sacrifice both her sons so that the Prophet ﷺ survives. And she knew it was up to her that the Prophet survives that day. So you and I today can call ourselves Muslims and say, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah. A woman that picked up a sword in the middle of a battlefield. What do you pick up, my sister? Your makeup? Your tight jeans? Your high heels? Is that what gives you character? What do you pick up, my brother? Walking with your pants below your butt, trying to do the lean, pretend you're a gangster? You ain't no gangster. You're not going to survive in the hood for 2 seconds. You go to private school. You drive a Corolla and you think you're a gangster. You know what makes me sick is white boys who don't live in the ghetto. They live in the suburbs, in Orange County, and then they think they're gangsters. Hey, yo, son, it's tough down here. You know what's their ghetto? Is the mall. They go hang out at the mall and say, it's tough down here. I say, how tough is it? I mean, did Banana Republic run out of khakis? Did Daddy remove your credit card? I mean, how tough is it? But we all want to live in someone else's shoes because it's cool. Imara did not have that problem of self-esteem. She did not nobody to give her approval. She did not nobody to tell him, wow, you look hot today. She did not need nobody to tell her anything because she knew it was up to her that Islam continues to exist. They called her after that day, because after that day, she never missed a single battle with Rasulullah ﷺ. She always went with Rasulullah ﷺ. And when he came to visit her, she was wounded right in Atiqah. She was hurt, the blood flowing from her, and he came to visit her. And he said, Ya Imara, tell me whatever you want. She said, Ud'u li wa ahli ya Rasulullah. All she wanted to get is pray for me and my family. That's all she asked for. After being wounded in the battle, they used to call her the shield of Rasulullah. This is a metal shield from the Muslim times. When someone slams you with a sword, they protect themselves with those. This is Imara. She became known as Dir'u Rasulillah, who deserve the title that you are, the armor of Rasulullah. Well, if we can't be that, let's just at least represent Rasulullah. Alayhi wa alihi salatu wassalam. She was an inspiration for many Sahaba, but above all, she understood one concept. The concept of what? وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا. Hold on tight to the rope of Allah and don't be divided amongst yourself as one community, as one ummah led by the Quran and the Sunnah. She understood. جزاكم الله خير.
ما شاء الله. Takbir. 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 What a powerful presentation. I know, mashallah, Brother Yunus is not a sheikh or imam. He did a great job just laying it all out. Unity in the community. Just quick announcements, inshallah, on your way out. The program is not over yet. It's just getting better and better. We should be out of here, inshallah, by 11 o'clock. We should be out of here, so I'm just going to try to make this really fast. We have HARO, which is a humanitarian organization for African humanitarian organization. You can stop on the way out and grab all these flyers. Please, show them your generous support on the way out. CARE has left us with some special mayoral election guide for San Diego, for those of you who reside in San Diego. And they also left some flyers for their banquet that's coming up next month. So inshallah, please grab all these flyers. I'm going to have Sister Naveen, who owns a small company by the name of Style of Firdaus, come up and talk to us about a few exciting things. Please give a warm welcome to Sister Naveen. Jazakumullah khair.
Assalamu alaikum. How is everyone enjoying their evening? Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. أما بعد. My talk is going to be very, very short. I want to keep it short and sweet, inshallah, for you guys all to enjoy it. Before I go ahead and go into this short topic, I want to introduce to you guys something here in San Diego. As he mentioned, there's Style of Firdaus, an Islamic clothing business here in San Diego. If you would like to check it out, you can go ahead and see the page on Facebook, Style of Firdaus, or check it out on Instagram, inshallah. So please go ahead and check it out, support it, and I hope you guys can enjoy it and like it, inshallah. Another thing that I would like to point out is there's an organization coming here to San Diego called the Unified Muslim Community of San Diego County, UMCSDC. This organization is created to support this community, to unite the community and masajids together, and to provide the community with great opportunities to help out with events, with workshops, with all the things that we are missing and what we need in this community, inshallah. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start about the topic, unity in the community. A lot of people told me to talk about the youth, okay? A lot of people told me, talk about the youth, point out the youth, point out the youth. But I didn't want that. I wanted to speak about our parents, the people who are leading this community, the people who should be leading this community as an example for us, the youth, okay? So as the parents, this is a message for all the parents, inshallah. You need to remember to always support your kids. the generation, the next generation to come. Support them in being part of the community and loving the community. Okay? So don't think that, oh, I want my kids to go to the masjid. I want my kids to be involved with this event. I want my kids to do this. What are you doing? Right? So that's the question. Ask yourself as parents, what am I doing to set an example for my children and for the generation to come? So these are some of the things that as our parents need. You guys are example for the next generation. You guys are the example for the next generation. What are you doing to support your kids? How are you presenting the community? Are you just telling them, go to the masjid? You know, a lot of parents have problems with their kids. They're doing drugs, they're going to clubs, they're doing all these things. What are you going to do? Tell them, go to the masjid? Go to the masjid. Why should I go to the masjid if you don't go to the masjid, right? So these are some of the things that we need to ask ourselves, parents, the youth. What are we doing in our community? Always remember that this community matters. And if it matters to you, it will matter to your children, and it will matter to us. So these are just some of the things that, inshallah, I can go ahead and point out. Another thing is that being part of the community is we need love and passion. Okay? Without love and passion, it's very hard to move forward and to keep going. You need to have love and passion for working for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Working for the community, you're not working for people, you're working for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now when you're working for Allah, are you just doing it just to get it done or just to show people? Or are you doing it to please Him? So these are some of the things that we need to, as believers, as individuals, to always remind ourselves, inshallah. So what do we need? Love and passion for the community. Love and passion to work for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Something that we're lacking as a community that is making us stay away from being part of the community. Have love and have passion, not for yourself, not for the people next to you. Have love. I'm asking you to have love for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's what we need, brothers and sisters. That is exactly what we need. Another thing, another pointer that I would like to point out, inshallah, to be part of the community, to move forward, is to always question and analyze ourselves and reflect on everything that we do for the community. For Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, reflect. What am I doing? How am I doing it? Ask yourself, am I doing enough? Are you doing enough for the community? Ask yourself this. How often do we ask ourselves, how much have we done for the community? How often do we ask that? Ask yourself, what have you done for the community? Okay, some people can support it by giving money because they don't have time. They don't have time. Okay, some people can support it with money. If you don't have money, support it with your time. If you don't have time, do something. Spread the word. Be part of it. Be a part of the community. This is the only way we can unite, is if each and every single person thinks this way. This is the only way we can unite, is if each and every single person in here will look at the community as something is important, as something very important, inshallah. So we should always analyze, question, and reflect on everything that we do every single morning and every single night. What am I doing for the community? What am I putting for the community? Are you guys asking yourself that question? Ask yourself that question now. Ask yourself that question tomorrow morning and tomorrow night. Ask yourself these questions. These are questions have been ignored by the community, and that is why, as a community, we are struggling. Just something to think about, inshallah. Analyze, question, and reflect. Another thing is to create goals. How often have you guys created goals for yourselves? This is all of us, all of us. It's very important that we make goals for ourselves and we put it into action. Make a goal and put it into action. What kind of goal? You want to be active in the community? Do something. Make a goal. Just say, you know what? In Jum'ah, I'm going to bring all my family and we're going to go to Jum'ah and we're going to have dinner together. Okay? The next event, I'm going to take my family and we're going to support it and we're going to help out with it. Are you guys doing that? Are you putting goals for this community? How important is it to you to work for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? How important is it? Are you asking yourself how important it is? How important is this community to you? It will only become important when you make it important. Keep that in mind, inshallah. So have goals for yourselves. As individuals, we need to have goals for ourselves. As Muslims, we need to have goals. We can't just live until we die. What's the point of life if we live until we die? That's not worth it, right? You don't want to ruin your life like that. You want to have goals. You want to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You want to wake up and say, you know what? I'm going to do this for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm going to be part of the community. I'm going to unite this community. If you see something wrong, come together and make it happen. You know what? I don't like this in the community. I'm going to change it. I'm going to make it happen. Just something to think about, inshallah. So creating goals and putting them into action. Remember that. Creating goals and putting them into action. And set a time for yourself. Set a date. Okay? There's a community coming up on Saturday. There's an event coming up in the community on Saturday or Sunday. Are you going to be there? Are you going to be there? Or you just say, oh, I don't know. Who is it held by? Is it Masjid Ribat? Is it Masjid Huda? I don't know. Wait, no, it's Masjid Abu Bakr. Okay, I'll go. How is that? How are we going to be united if we sit here and pick and choose what we want to be a part of? How are we going to be united if we pick and choose what we're going to be a part of? All right? So these are just some things that we should always consider, inshallah. And some questions that we should always ask ourselves. Questions that should be constantly asked by each other, by us. Okay? What have I done? What have you done? What have you done for this community? And don't ever think it's enough, because we got to keep going. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala watches you every single day. What have you done to please Him? What have you done to impress Him? Just something we should think about. You know, impressing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Who more should we impress than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Just something that we should always, always consider. If we worship Allah, what are we doing for Him? What are we doing for Him? And if He loves these gatherings, why aren't we doing it enough? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves these gatherings, and He puts blessings in these gatherings. What have we done to make that happen? What have we done to make this community come together and provide each other a great opportunity to be closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to be closer to each other as individuals, as brothers and sisters? Just something to consider, inshallah. Another question is, what will you do? So what will you do for the community? We can sit here and talk and talk and talk, but what are we really going to do for the community? Are you going to go home and say, oh, it was a nice talk, mashallah, but anyways, who's holding the next event? Masjid Ribat? Okay, I'll be there. Who's holding the ICSD? I'll be there. Are we going to do that? Are we really going to do that? Are we going to mess up our community because of our ignorance? We shouldn't do that, brothers and sisters. We should support one another in everything that we do. Check it out. What is happening? What is happening in the community? Do you know what the next event is? Do you know what the next event is? To support it, to be there? To be at the gathering that Allah puts blessings in. How often do we consider it important? How often? Allah puts blessings in these communities, these events. For us being united, Allah puts blessings in it. If you care enough, you'd make things happen for you every single day, that you'll be part of the community. So just some things to think about, inshallah. Another thing is, what can you do to improve? So what can we do as individuals to improve? Okay, we went to an event. I volunteered for this event. That's it? Khalas? I volunteered for this event. I'm just going to go ahead and sleep, you know? And we'll just let other people take advantage, take control. This community keeps going, whether you stop or you don't. This community keeps going. Are you going to be a part of this community to keep it going? That's all up to you, inshallah. I'm going to end it with a hadith by Muslim. It's a very, very important hadith that a lot of us do not know about, unfortunately. It's about how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordered the angel Jibreel alayhi salam to burn a village. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala orders the angel to burn a certain village for being so corrupted and disobedient. Okay? So as the angel goes to the village, wants to burn the village, he notices one man, right? This one man who continuously worships Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who always does good. He stays on the right path and he keeps going. Okay? So he said, how can I burn this village when there's this worshiper inside this village? How can I burn this village? So he said, how can I do it? So he goes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and he says, Ya Allah, there's this man who continuously worships you, continuously does good. How can I burn that village? He says, when you start the fire, start it with him. Did you guys hear that? He said, when you start the fire to burn that village, start it with that man. Why? Allah, he knew He knew that he was doing good. He knew he was on the right path. He did all that he can do for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He was on the right path. He knew that he had the medicine, but he never shared it with others. He never invited others to do good with him. That is the importance of unity in Islam. This is how important it is. But to you, it's just another event. You know, people can handle it. They got this. They got this. You know, don't worry. Just, you know, we'll just go there and see and then judge. Was it good? Was it the food? Oh, I don't know. The food, I don't like it, you know. That's the importance of unity in Islam, brothers and sisters. That man was burnt because he never invited others to do good with him. That is the importance of unity. How often do you think about this community? How often do you care about this community? Are you just going to wait until another event comes up for someone to put it for you? Or are you going to make actions? Just something to think about, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
MashaAllah, beautiful speech by Sister Naveen. Takbir. 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 All right. Inshallah, a great way to support Sister Naveen would be to go on Style of Firdaus and like her page on Facebook and support her business. Jazakumullah khair. We're going to have Sheikh Yasin come up and conclude the program, inshallah. Sheikh Yasin is, mashallah, very well known, so he does not need an introduction. But for those of you that don't know Sheikh Khalid Yasin, he was born in New York City as a Christian, where he spent most of his childhood. Sheikh Khalid Yasin embraced Islam in 1965 with the late Sheikh Dawood Ahmad Faisal at the Islamic Mission of America located in Brooklyn, New York. The Sheikh studied over the course of 30 years, mashallah, fiqh al-sunnah, aqidah, ahkam, memorization of the Quran, Islamic history, and the Arab language. The Arabic language. Not the Arab language, the Arabic language. It's for all of us, remember, brothers and sisters, not just the Arabs. With several well-known teachers and mentors. He is a student of Sheikh Khalid al-Halawani in Mecca, who is a student of Sheikh Safar Hawali, one of the major Islamic scholars in the world today. The Sheikh has dedicated the last 20 years removing misconception about Islam and Muslims. He has delivered lectures in more than 75 countries worldwide, resulting in over 65,000 persons embracing Islam directly from his hand. MashaAllah. Takbir. 65,000 people, brothers and sisters. There are hundreds of students in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, Australia, Europe, United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States who have completed the da'wah techniques, da'wah management, Islam 101, empowerment for life, Islam and America, and the development of Islamic communities, certificate programs. MashaAllah. Sheikh Khalid is the founder and CEO of the following registered organizations: the Islamic Television Trust in the United Kingdom, the Purpose of Life Foundation in the USA, Purpose Media Group in the USA, Purpose Television in the USA, and the Islam and America Foundation also in the US. He has dedicated himself to mentoring young Muslims, especially those who are minorities living in Western societies, towards citizenship and social responsibility. In this respect, he has become a global advocate for the empowerment of young people. The Sheikh has been constantly working towards the revival of Islam as a moral force to address the most critical issues facing America and the world, and to uplifting the social and political consciousness of Muslims. MashaAllah. Without further ado, the very best Sheikh Khalid Yasin.
إن الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا فيه. الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وأصحابه وأزواجه ومن والاه وبعد. Dear brothers and sisters, we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that he made it possible for us to execute this program, even though we just gave the flyers and the tickets out just 2 weeks ago. And even though I was in Dubai for 5 of those days and just came back the day before yesterday. And even though we had absolutely no money, and even though many people discouraged us from doing that, walau. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to us in the Quran, أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ومن يتق الله يجعل له مخرجا ويرزقه من حيث لا يحتسب ومن يتوكل على الله فهو حسبه. In actuality, this program is the beginning of a project which is called Purpose Initiative. Myself and a few other OGs, that's like old guys, old generation, old gangsters, a few people, we said to ourselves, the Messenger of Allah said that most of his ummah will leave this world between 60 and 70. And since I'm 67, that means I'm on my way for sure. And many of us, we are on our way, and many of us, we over that. So that we have to begin preparing to pass the responsibility on to the next generation. So about 1 month ago, when my wife and I decided to move from Seattle to San Diego, I sat with a group of brothers. And I'm sorry, sisters, I didn't sit with you. But I sat with a group of brothers because we were in the mosque. And I knew eventually when you sit with brothers, it's going to wind up with the sisters too. And we talked about transferring this responsibility and the magnitude and the scope of transferring the responsibility of Islam in America. I had the same conversation in Uganda 3 years ago. I had the same conversation in Oman 2 years ago. I had the same conversation this year in Abuja in Nigeria. I had the same conversation in Holland, in Amsterdam. I had the same conversation in Stockholm. I had the same conversation in about 7 or 8 other countries. And so we decided that since this conversation has already been held, it's already a consensus. I spoke to my teachers, my mentors. They told me, Sheikh, if this is a burning desire, concern in your heart, you need to shape it. You need to form it. You need to gather some young people together, and you need to transfer it. So what is the Purpose Initiative? Number one, we are encouraging young people all over the world, Muslims and their non-Muslim friends, to do a life plan. We didn't say go to school. We didn't say finish school. You should be doing that if you got common sense anyway. But there are people in this audience who graduated, postgraduate. They've been working for 30 or 40 years, very successful, but they still do not have a life plan. The most successful people materially in this world today are those who have a life plan. It's not rocket science that Japan and Singapore and India and China, I mean, people who are basically, either they are mushrikeen or they are pagans or they are people who disbelieve in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala altogether. But Allah is just, isn't He? Allah is just, isn't He? Because those people are teaching and preaching their children, including the Yahudis, mal'un billah,
They are teaching and preaching to their children. You have to have a life plan. As a result of their having life plans for the last 30, 40 years, most of the products and services that we use as Muslims here and all over the Muslim world, they are produced where? China, Korea, Singapore, Japan, India. Why? Because those people have a life plan, and Allah is just. Whoever plans properly, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He gives them the result of their plans. Another rule, brothers and sisters, and be honest with yourself. How many of you have a life plan? Now, a life plan means not you thought about it. A life plan means that you thought about it, you researched it, you designed it, you put it into writing, you double-spaced it, and you discussed it with somebody like your parents, a teacher, or a mentor. And you have it inside your heart, you got it inside your mind, and you look at it every day. How many of you have a life plan? Please, let me see. Subhanallah. Subhanallah. There's the answer. You think because you pray or you say, because you're good people, you're going to succeed in the race of life. You're not going to succeed in the race of life. We may get Jannah by the grace of Allah, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not send us in this world just for the Jannah. He sent us into this world here to do the best that we can do. لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. So, the Purpose Initiative has been put together, and we hope that within the next 30 days that we will have at least a 30 core group, at least 20 brothers, at least 10 sisters, or maybe 20 brothers and 20 sisters, but a core group of young people who are what? First, they have a life plan. Once they have a life plan, we will start to do what is called critical thinking workshops. What is it called? Critical thinking workshops. There will be about 30 or 40 of those workshops that you can take once you have a life plan. Those that do the best, those that perform the best in those critical thinking workshops, we will then motivate them. We will nominate them to become part of a global think tank. What's it called? So what's the 3 steps of the Purpose Initiative? First is what? Life plan. Number 2 is what? Critical thinking workshops. Number 3, a global think tank. Because if Muslims learn to critically think, Muslims will not react. Muslims will learn to respond. When Muslims learn to respond, and we also have a think tank that we respond based upon good thinking, then Muslims will inherit the responsibility of the society. These young people that we believe in the next year, 2014, we expect 10,000 young people, Muslims and non-Muslims, to complete a life plan in over 10 countries. We believe that at least 5,000 of those 10,000 are going to complete at least 10 critical thinking workshops. And we believe at least 100 from every country is going to be part of the global think tank. And we believe because of that, the 4,700 masajids that's in America in the next 5 to 10 years, they're going to be passed over to whom? Who's it going to be passed over to? The young people who have a life plan, the young people who also have learned to critically think, and the young people who also are being guided by a think tank. Yes, there are also young people that pray, and young people that perform Hajj, and young people that are good people, and young people that are working, and young people that are educated, and young people that have this and that. But if they don't have these 3, they're not going to be able to succeed or prevail in the society. You get my drift? You feel me? You feel me? Mafhoom? MashaAllah, tabarakallah. So brothers and sisters, this Purpose Initiative, this is not an initiative for old guys and old girls. No, you can be a part of it as a mentor, as a guide,
as an OG. But this Purpose Initiative, this is for young people. We don't want to argue with the people who are holding on to the chairs. One day, they're going to fall out of the chair. And they're going to be put in a box. And they will be walked and put inside the ground. And we're going to pray for them. And those chairs are going to be empty. And who's going to sit in those chairs? Another group of people. You. So brothers and sisters, I don't have a lot to say. But what I want to say to you is this. We Muslims have all the resources that we need. Intellectual, financial, technological, and otherwise. But it is of little benefit to us as individuals. We must become allies and supporters. Allah says, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَتَقْوَى. We have to become allies and supporters of each other. And we have to be ready to make sacrifices for this deen, as our sister, she said. We have to make the commitment to give the da'wah. Because if you don't give the da'wah, you have not completed your responsibility. You have to invite towards Islam. You have to live as a real Muslim, with a real Islamic behavior, with a real objective, wanting to do something to make a contribution to your society, making a contribution to your family, making a contribution to your community, and therefore making a contribution to the world. We have to pray for unity. Unity just doesn't come because we talk about it. We have to pray for strength, and we will have the khilafah. The khilafah. A word that most of us, we are discouraged to say or to talk about. We can dream about Islamic State and we can dream about the Khilafah. But the Khilafah and Islamic State is not a dream. It is a reality. But it has to come about through people who themselves have the resources. Oh, Muslim brothers and sisters, we have the right to have a global representative. We have a right to have a representative of the Muslims in America. We have the right to expect to have a leader for the Muslims in California. We have a right to expect that there is a leader for the Muslims in San Diego. We have a right to expect that, and that's not a dream, that's a responsibility. And we have to counsel each other and counsel our families and about brotherhood, and we have to eat together. The black and the white, the tall and the short, the rich and the poor, the Africans and the Asians and the Arabs and the Americans and others. We have to eat together. We have to do business together. And we want to live together, not in little secular, cultural, ethnic pockets and come to the mosque as hypocrites acting like we're brothers and sisters. No. We have to visit each other, study together, do business together, live together, and intermarry your sons and daughters. Not whom you want them to marry, but whom they want to marry, with your permission. Oh, Muslim brothers and sisters, this will create a new society of Muslims. I see in my dream, and we have all the right to dream, I see in my dream a new generation with a new inspiration. I'm going to kick it like you, my brother, for a minute. I'm talking to my brother, Sultan Habib. I'm going to kick it like you for a minute. I see in my dream a new generation with a new inspiration. I see challenges facing Muslims, newly inspired Muslims, and also the young Muslims. And there's not much difference between a new Muslim, a newly inspired Muslim, and a young Muslim. They all got the same problems. It is a fact that a large portion of the nearly 7.8 million Muslims in North America are young Muslims, new Muslims, and second generation newly inspired Muslims. So who are newly inspired Muslims? These are young Muslims, these are sons and daughters of the immigrants who just discovered Islam. Subhanallah. Today, these Muslims are facing challenges including crime, violence, social disadvantage, teenage pregnancy. Yes. I just got a call 2 days ago from a young sister saying to me that she's pregnant and she doesn't know what to do. And the young brother that made her pregnant doesn't want to marry her. And she's pregnant, but her mom and dad, they don't know. And guess what? That young sister, she's not some kind of outcast. She's the daughter of a leader of the Muslims, but that leader is not going to tell us that. SubhanAllah, she's only one of hundreds of brothers and sisters who's hanging out in the hookah shops and got hooked up and cooked up. We are suffering from illiteracy, racism, low self-esteem, drug and alcohol abuse, cultural stagnation, and ideological extremism. To meet and overcome these massive challenges, these Muslims need a variety of tools and resources. And brothers and sisters, they're not in the mosque. They're not under the rug, and they're not in the minaret. And this Quran is not talking by itself, and it's not going to solve problems for you. The knowledge is here, but you got to take it out and you got to apply it with real tools and resources. Otherwise, you will die holding on to a piece of paper. And that's not what Islam is about. This lecture, this set of lectures, this event is designed to hopefully motivate and inspire these Muslims to redirect their lives, to reevaluate themselves, to make decisions that will assist them to become socially responsible, assertive, and productive. Am I talking to somebody here? Am I talking to someone here? Is my message reaching somebody? Can I see some hands, please? Because this is not about talk, this is about transfer. This is about cashing checks. This is about cheddar cheese. This is about success. This is about influence. This is about taking advantage. This is about having the higher ground. This is about becoming successful and being winners. This is about being a leader that people choose you to be, not you choose to be a leader. This is what we're talking about. Considering these great challenges facing these Muslims, it is imperative that we become proactive and expeditious because we are losing the race of time. The choice is clear, and I want to emphasize the matter to everyone that can hear. You feel me? Brothers and sisters, these graphics that you have seen on the screen here, that you have seen looping, it's been a lot of graphics, maybe you didn't even know what they are. But we have been showing you the graphics of Purpose of Life Foundation. For the last 25 years, we have been circling the globe back and forth, trying to remove misconceptions and distortions about Islam and Muslims, and we've done a little bit. This is about the Purpose Media Group that has produced Purpose TV and now working on creating a media joint venture with 5 or 6 or 7 different agencies that will create content that anybody in the world, Muslim or non-Muslim, will want to watch. And when you choose to watch it, doesn't matter what language you speak, on the side, you will choose the language that you want out of 10 languages, and the subtitles will come automatically. Have you seen something like that? We're working on that now. And this is not like TV, religious TV. This is like Discovery Channel, the most watched channel in the world for now. For now. This is about Purpose Initiative, an initiative that has come about because we want to pass responsibility onto young people by telling them, get a life plan. Get a life what? Huh. And after that, start thinking what? Critically. And then, once you arrive at the ability to think critically, you start writing white papers, research papers, and you join a global think tank. This is about purpose e-learning. We went to Dubai because we have a partner there in Dubai who is going to help us to launch purpose e-learning. So those sisters who want to study 30 or 40 different subjects and earn certificates, but you can't travel because you don't have a mahram, well, you won't need a mahram because it'll come to you right over your computer and you'll get the certificate in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or 1 year. Young brothers and sisters who want to study Islam, you don't have to travel all over the world and become compromised and become culturally traumatized. You don't have to leave your homes and leave your jobs and leave your families and go somewhere else, you know, on some kind of global trek and stay somewhere 6 or 8 years in Bangladesh or Pakistan or Saudi Arabia or Yemen or somewhere else and come back not even understanding your country, because you will be able to study that through what? Purpose e-learning. We have just embarked upon a movie that's going to cost about $30 million. And some people say, Sheikh, listen, Sheikh, you're already in debt. What are you talking about? Sheikh, you're giving out envelopes. You're trying to raise money and stay alive. You're talking about a movie that costs $30 million? I tell them, brothers, that's my life. It's my book. It's somebody else's money. You feel me? And we are on the way to doing this movie. And it's not about Malcolm X. It's about the last 47 years of my life and what I perceive to be the answers that we have to give to the world concerning Islam and the world, about America and Islam, and about the critical issues facing humanity. I believe that if God gives me the life, this film, it will surpass, it will probably be one of the major films of the 21st century. That's what my mentors and people are telling me. We hope that you will pray for that Allah will just give me a little bit, few more years. This is about Purpose TV. This is about CYS, Challenge Your Soul. An alternative to Facebook. This is about Al-Wahi, a search engine that belongs to us, or a filter that we create and make a partnership with Google so that with that filter, you take that software filter, put it in your home, you can use Google and no trash will come. And this is about IP media, webcasting all over the world and monetizing that webcast so that we don't have to beg for no money. Do you feel what I'm saying? Having said that, brothers and sisters, we have run out of time. And when you run out of time, guess what? It's like running out of breath. And when you run out of breath, it's like the last heartbeat. It means the end. It means it's over. So brothers and sisters, listen, to make all this work, I want to be very honest with you. We have paid the $6,600 it cost us to be here. And we don't want to go to no ragtag place. We could not afford to give you, chicken biryani and roasted duck and whatever else that you might have expected for $10. I'm sorry. But we did our best. And we brought you to a place that you have been before. You can see the quality of the place. You can see the decency of the people. And we spent that money before we sold any tickets because we believed that this was something we had to do. I didn't take it from my pocket. I got it from people just like yourselves. And brothers and sisters, what we did by your coming, we didn't even break even. But we're not worried about the money. What we're worried about is our relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Did we do our job? So to make everything balance itself out, brothers and sisters, there's an envelope that you have. Can I see the envelope, please? Can I see the envelope? I want to make sure you got it. Don't be hiding the envelope. Okay? There's no address on it. There ain't no telephone on it. So it's not the kind of envelope that you put inside and make it like you're going to get back to us later. No, the envelope is give and take. We give it to you and we take it back right now. Now, if you don't think that the Purpose of Life Foundation, Purpose Media Group, if you don't think that Purpose Initiative, if you don't think these young people, if you don't think that the staff, our executive staff, if you don't think that the work that we've been doing, the PE learning, the movie, the Purpose TV, the IP media, if you don't think it's real, and if you don't think it's worth it, guess what? Give us back the envelope with no comment. Thank you very much. But if you think it has a value beyond what you ate and beyond what you have heard, we ask you, brothers and sisters, to write a check. Based upon, yes, write a check based upon your capability. Yes, sisters, reach inside your Gucci bags. And brothers, open your envelopes and open your hearts. Open your wallets and open your hearts. And write us a check. Purpose of Life Foundation. Purpose of Life Foundation. Or put a Benjamin. Is that a 50? That's 100, right? Yeah. What's the 50? That's a grant, yeah. We need Benjamins and grants. Because we cannot establish a global purpose media foundation. We can't do that with George Washington's. And brothers and sisters, please, if you got some coins, we appreciate whatever you give, but keep your coins and give them to your kids and buy some candy. Because we need to give according to what it calls for. If anybody has any doubts, keep your doubts and keep your money. But if you believe that what we're doing here will make an investment for the next generation, we need you to put something in these envelopes that respect that. And we need you to do that now. Can I see the envelope again, please? So I want to take just 30 seconds, because that's all it takes. 30 seconds for me to reach inside. Excuse me, I don't even have any money. That's because any money I got, you know who got it, right? The Minister of the Interior. You know who that is. But I don't mind. I don't mind. So brothers and sisters, what we want you to do, what we want you to do, brothers and sisters, somebody will collect this here from you, brothers, please. What we want you to do now, 30 seconds, please. Take a deep breath and say, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. And put inside this envelope whatever you believe that the future deserves. Your children, your grandchildren. Whatever your children and your grandchildren and the Islamic work in this city, whatever you believe that it deserves, that's what we want you to put inside this envelope. Now, brothers and sisters, if you say to me, Sheikh, I mean, where's this money going? Yeah, because there are people here who's like that. We want to know where the money's going. Well, then join us and you'll know where it's going. Brothers and sisters, we have prepared a very beautiful brochure. Very beautiful brochure. It cost us $3,500 to make 15,000 of these brochures. We now only have approximately 4,000 of these brochures left because we distribute them all over the world. So brothers and sisters, we will give you one of these on the way out that you can read, that you can reflect, that you can comment, and you can understand the work that we are doing. The only thing that's not in this brochure is Purpose Initiative, because Purpose Initiative just took birth when? A month ago. And this program came out of that ad hoc project called Purpose Initiative. So brothers and sisters, let me see a show of hands of everybody who has given an envelope already. Good. So since everybody has given an envelope, since everyone has given an envelope, I'd like to do one more thing. There are 5 or 10 people in this room who could very easily assist us to establish the kind of office that we need in San Diego. We don't need an office the size of this room. But we do need an office that's probably going to cost us around $3,000 a month. And we need to put inside that office other things that you know that an office needs to have, so that we have a staff. So we have a budget. Our budget is about $7,000 a month just for Purpose of Life Foundation, not any other project. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that $7,000 a month for 12 months is how much? That's $84,000 a year. So brothers and sisters, we don't want to ask you to help us raise that money for the year, because the year is almost out. But we need that office tomorrow. And to finish up this year, we need to raise $15,000 right now for November and December. We will come back to this place, inshallah, in January, and we will have that office, and we will raise some more money. Because the webcast right now is free. We decided to do 5 world webcasts until we get 100,000 viewers. Right now, I think we have about 32,000 viewers. By the end of this year, I think we will have 100,000 dedicated viewers. So I'd like to ask somebody here that owns business, somebody here that's an investor, somebody here that owns a house, somebody here that loves Islam, that understands what we're talking about. We need 15 people that have $1,000 that will give to us. Or we need 5 people that will give us $3,000. Or we need 1 person who will give us the 15. Can I see somebody's hand, please? Just raise your hand. Anybody can give us 5,000? Anyone would like to give the Purpose of Life 5,000? You can write the check. You can pay it in 30 days. You can pay it in 15 days. You can pay it tonight. Whatever it is. Anybody would like to give 5,000? Nobody? Nobody would like to give 5,000 to earn all the rewards of the young people and all the work that we're going to be doing in this city? That's okay. I'm not angry. And I'm not disappointed. And I'm not surprised. Would anybody like to give 3,000? 3,000 means that you're giving 3,000 is the same as giving like $8 a day. Does anybody would like to give 3,000? Can I see a hand, please? 3,000? 3,000 going once? 3,000 going twice? Anyone would like to give 3,000? That's okay. I'm not angry. I'm not surprised. Let's bring it down to something that perhaps you feel is a little bit more practical. How many people here would like to make the sacrifice to give $1,000, a $1,000 pledge to the Purpose of Life Foundation, Purpose Media Group, to support the work that we are doing, that you see presently and that you will see in the future? Can I see 15 people, or a few people who will give 1,000? There's 1. There's 2. There's 1, there's 2. Any more? 1, 2. Anybody else, please raise the envelope so I can see it, or raise your hand so I can see it. 1, 2 is fine. Anybody else, please raise your hand so I can see. I saw 1, I saw 2. Anybody else would like to give 1,000? Fine. 3. MashaAllah. May Allah SWT reward all of you. Brothers and sisters, let's take it down to 500. Who would like to give 500? This is like giving like $1.50 a day, $1.40 a day, $1.35 a day. That's what it is. That's what you're giving. That's what it equals to in a year. How many people would like to give 500? 1? Anybody else would like to give 500? 2? Anyone else would like to give 500? Can I see the hand? Because it's kind of light in my eyes. We got 1, 2, 500. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3 thousands and 2 500s. That's 4,000, isn't it? Is that correct? Good. Now, let's make it so that like everybody can kind of like stand up and do it. How many people here forget about the envelopes? Whatever you gave, it's like water in the sink. It's gone. Who would like to give $100? How many people would like to give $100? In addition to whatever you gave, $100, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Sisters, can you just raise your hands so I can see? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14? Anyone else? Another 15? Anyone else? 100? Anyone else? 100 going once? 100 going twice? A brick in the Jannah? Anybody else? Fine. So that's 1,400 plus 5,000. That's what? That's 6,400. Is that correct? We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless everyone who gave. We ask Allah to accept from us. So that's 6,400. We ask you, please, make that pledge this evening, because once you walk outside, Shaitan is going to be on you. Your wife is going to say, are you crazy? Or your husband's going to tell you, who gave you permission to give away my money? Or you're going to start thinking to yourself about the debts you got, your payment, this bill and that bill, and so and so, this and that, and it's gone. Gone. Shaitan robbed you because he reminded you of poverty. So I'm suggesting to you, all of you, that if you made a pledge this evening, make the payment this evening. If you can't make it this evening because you say that check, I don't have a check. But guess what? We brought the bank to you. So we got the machines over there, right there. So I know you got these plastic cards, because America is going plastic. So you have no excuse. You got to find another excuse. So the ATM machine is right there. You just get in line, swipe it, Bismillah, we give you the receipt. It's a done deal. Mafhum? You understand? Okay, so brothers and sisters, we want to wrap up our program because we are really behind the time, and we're going to have to answer for going over our time. And we really thank our guests. Victoria, who is the event manager here, who has gone home because she starts work at 8 o'clock in the morning. We want to thank her for facilitating this for her, us and her staff here at the Jacob Center. And for brothers and sisters to know this, we have already booked this center for 4 events so that we know where we're going to be at. So in about another 2 weeks, you're going to see another set of flyers. That's going to give us at least a couple of months advance. So this way, we won't be trying to do something in 2 weeks. And then again in April. So in January, we'll do something. In April, we'll do something. In July, we're going to do something right here in the same place. Say inshallah. We also want to thank all the leaders of the Muslims and all the masajids that allowed us to go there and promote this project, who also perhaps sent people, who also sent some tickets or bought some tickets. We want to thank the mothers and fathers and all the people in business who bought tickets. We want to thank those brothers, those 2 brothers especially, who came to me and bought 100 tickets. Alhamdulillah. They just anonymously just gave it and left. May Allah bless all of you. May Allah bless the sisters and their children. May Allah bless the brothers and their wives and their families. May Allah bless the elder people here. May Allah bless the people who came out who represent the massajids so that they can go back and say what we have done or we did not do. And we ask Allah to accept from us. And we thank Brother Yusuf Barahu, who is the coordinator of the Purpose Initiative. Yes, it is his team. We want to thank Brother Khalid Badwiya. Is that Khalid's name? Bidwawi, like Badawi, huh? Bidwawi. We want to thank Sister Naveen, and we want to thank Brother Yusuf Al-Itali, because I don't know his last name. I want to thank Brother Jihad, and I want to thank, who else we got? We Brother Sheba, and we want to thank Brother Hamid and his mother and her family. And there's so many other people here that if I didn't say your name, don't blame me. Because I got, I'm an OG, I got the first A of Alzheimer's. And last of all, we want to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes, we can't miss that. Brother, please come. Where's Brother Isaiah? Is Isaiah here? Is Isaiah here? Isaiah. Isaiah, how you feel? How you feel, Isaiah? Isaiah, where you at? Isaiah, in your reading, before we give this gentleman Shahada, in your reading, Isaiah, because you were at our other program, and I know you got a Muslim friend, and I know, Aki, you got that heart because we had some talk already. Have you read something since we talked? Do you bear witness? Do you believe that there's none to be worshipped except one God? Huh? Huh? You can't make a decision tonight. It's okay. Keep coming to us, brother, because Allah will give you some kind of blessing because of being in the company of these kinds of people. So, please, what is the brother's name? William?
Rick Williams.
Rick Williams.
Yes, sir.
MashaAllah.
Has been
Rick.
a brother for some time.
Abdul Ghani.
Thank you.
Because Rick means rich. And Abdul Ghani means the slave of the one who is the most rich. So let us tell your story quickly.
Well, I didn't come prepared to make this decision tonight, but it seems so logical and so right that I feel I can witness the fact that there is but one God. I can witness the fact that he has one prophet, and my love for him is boundless.
Brother Abdulaziz from Morocco has been a friend for Brother Rick for almost 18 years. And I just want to let you know the importance of being a good Muslim, a working Muslim. Through his relationship, ordinary relationship, Brother Rick decided he wanted to be like him, he wanted to pray like him, and he had pictures with Kufi. You see him, he's just like a new prophet. The way he dressed, he can see him looking Muslim before he even takes the Shahada. So my just word to you is that the way you practice your deen by walking, by talking, by acting means a lot to people than your kufi or your jilbab or anything. So I want to thank the brother for trying his best. That's all you can do. No one can make human being Muslim. Allah can make a Muslim. You can only present Islam. That's why we are Ummat Da'wah. So inshallah, you can all do the same in your own locality. So the brother is ready. And after my speech, I talked to him, and all what he said represents Islam. And I said, what are you waiting for? He said, well, I'm ready. So I said, death has no time and can come unannounced, and today he's ready to join the Ummah. Barakallah fikum.
So, Brother Rick.
Yes, sir.
The words of Shahada are very easy, and it's only like a formula. Our Prophet ﷺ taught us this formula. We're just passing the formula on. So I'll say in Arabic what you have already said as a formula. You recite after me, and these will be your witnesses, okay?
Yes, sir.
Say, A'udhu.
A'udhu.
Billahi.
Billahi.
Mina. Shaitan.
Shaitan.
Nirrajim.
Nirajim.
Bismillah.
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 Ar-Rahman.
Ar-Rahman.
Nirrahim.
Nirrahim.
La ilaha.
La ilaha.
Illallah.
Illallah.
Muhammad.
Muhammad.
Rasulullah.
Rasulullah.
Sallah.
Salah. Lahu. Alayhi.
Wasalam.
Wasalam.
That's called kalima.
That's all kalima.
This is called kalimatain. I'm saying
kalimatain.
This means to say two words or two statements. Now we want to do what's called the proclamation.
Yes, sir.
So say ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
An la.
An la.
Ilaha. Illallah.
Illallah.
Wahdahu.
Wahdahu. La. Sharika. Lahu.
Wa ashhadu.
Wahashadu. Anna. Muhammadan. Abduhu. Wa rasulu. Salah. Allahu alayhi wasallam.
Ameen.
Ameen.
One moment, brother. Brother Rick, previously you were Christian like myself, is that
Yes,
correct?
Sir. That is correct.
Alhamdulillah. And so, although we inherit the mission of Jesus, peace be upon him, and the faith of Jesus, peace be upon him, there was something taught to us from that time until now, which we have to refute. And the Prophet ﷺ told us, those people who enter Islam from Christianity, they should say something else. So I want you just to say, if you agree, say it. If you don't agree, you don't have to.
No, I agree.
And I bear witness.
I bear witness
That Isa,
who
is Jesus,
the
Son of Mary,
that
he is the Spirit,
and
a word,
from Allah,
and his mother, is pure. Ameen.
Ameen.
Takbir. Takbir. Now, brothers and sisters, listen. Takbir Allahu Akbar is great. But when I became a Muslim, when I see other people become Muslim, there's something else that I think you should do. Don't be hugging and kissing and all that there and giving advice and all that. No. Even though he looks to me to be a very responsible, working man, a very balanced man, father, probably grandfather, we need to put together a gift for him. So what I want the brothers and sisters to do, I want you to reach back into your pockets. I don't care if it's $1, $5, $10 a person, whatever it is. Reach into your pockets and give a gift to him. He doesn't have to use it. If he wants to give it to his wife, if he wants to give it to his grandchildren, if he wants to buy some books or whatever he wants to do, it's a gift from us. This is what I do for non-Muslims when they become Muslims all over the world. And I hope that you would accept this from us. So don't put that money in a box over here. Just one of the brothers here collect it from the brothers, and the sisters collect it from the sisters, and bring it up here and give it to one of us before we go out, and we're going to hand it over to our brother Rick. Brother Rick, listen. Abdul Ghani. Abdul Ghani means the servant of the most wealthy. Is one of the names of God. Okay? Since your name is Rick, it's come from Richard.
There you go.
Or comes from that which is enriched. So it means Abdul Ghani. Huh?
Abdul Ghani.
Abdul Ghani. So brother, listen, when you finish here, you should go home, take a bath. Not because you're not clean, but as a ceremony. And you should pray. And the brothers will tell you. But when you pray, don't pray for them first. Pray for me first. Why? Because I'm jealous and selfish. We should ask each other for each other's dua.
Yes.
And since he gave me the opportunity to pass this on, make dua for me. My name is Khalid Yasin. If you can't remember that, Abu Muhammad.
Abu Muhammad.
And if they're jealous too, pray for all three of us. One time. Okay, brother? May Allah bless you, Akhi. Huh? MashaAllah. May Allah bless you. May Allah bless you, Akhi.
Thank you, sir.
Brothers, if we did not accomplish anything this evening at all, the Prophet ﷺ, he said, somebody enters Islam through our hands, خَيْرٌ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا وَمَا فِيهَا. Huh? So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to guide Brother Isaiah. This is his second sitting with us. We ask Allah to guide him and make it easy for him to be able to make this decision and this transition. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make it, to make those who are his friends effective, you understand me, in guiding him, inshallah. Brothers and sisters, unfortunately, we need to vacate this hall because we are at least 20 minutes behind time. So, sisters, if you will go this way, and brothers, if you will kind of go that way. Those of you who have made commitments, please stop at the table over here and make your commitment, inshallah, and pay those things. May Allah bless all of you. We say, Subhanaka, Allahumma, wa bihamdika, wa nashadu an la ilaha illa anta, wa nastaghfiruka, wa natubu ilayk. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين آمين.
insight into the issues that shape our lives, our societies, and the planet we all share. The content provided by Purpose TV addresses the many challenges facing humanity today and removes misconceptions and distortions concerning Muslims and Islam. It is moral-minded media for the modern world. Purpose TV delivers a wide variety of programming, including Why Man Should Believe in God, Islam, America, and the World, What is Our Purpose in Life, The Erosion of the Family, Too Hot to Handle, Youth Issues, The Needy and the Greedy. What do you really know about Islam? The creation of money. In their own words, the story of Muslim women. And the new Muslim world. Purpose TV is the answer.